my provincial days. Okay. Order, please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Please be seated. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to the July 31st meeting of Regina City Council. Before we get to our agenda, which is packed with lots of delegations, I just had a couple of friendly reminders to members of council. Given that we do have some 21 possible delegations and a number of reports, that if you would just remind yourselves to have your comments go through the chair both during comments and during questions. Your questions should be through the chair. As well, given the number of delegations that we do have here, I'd ask that you be mindful of your 5 minutes for your discussion, and I'll try to hold you to that as much as possible. I know you will have questions of the administration, but I'd like to hold you to that, and 3 minutes for amendments and closing debate would be that as well. And I know we all want to have questions. We will have that, but if we begin to duplicate questions between members of council, I may ask that we move on from that subject matter, if you don't mind. So with that, I would like to have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'll move the agenda. Call the chair.
Seconder, please. Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for the minutes for the June 26th meeting of council, you want to move that? Councillor Murray is seconder. Councillor Young. Any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move on to our first delegation with respect to the Heritage Designation application for Broderick residents. Sharon Natras. Ms. Natras, you have, how are you? You have,
good evening, Mayor.
if you could introduce yourself for the record, who's with you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
My name is Sharon Natras, and it was myself who wrote on behalf of Diana the email that you received on Friday. But I'm happy tonight that Diana is able to be here and speak on her application herself. So I'll excuse myself.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diana Zhang. I'm the owner of the home located at 3248 Albert Street. I wish to thank you for the opportunity this evening to speak with regards to the passing the bylaw designation of my home, a heritage property. As I stated in my email last Friday, my main wish in obtaining a heritage designation for the home is to preserve for our city an important piece of our city's residential history. Tonight, I wish to elaborate on Cliff Wynn's design of the wall. I consulted a structural engineer and architect knowledgeable with the construction of my home. I explained how the wall was not to be included in the home's heritage designation, as there is the belief the wall actually obstructs the view of the building. It was explained to me this wall was designed is not just for privacy purpose, but for architectural functionality to delay and to prolong the lifespan of the home from corroding and deteriorating faster over time. In architecture, functionalism is the principle that architect should design the building based on the purpose of that building. In this case, a wall was designed to construct it based on the purpose of that wall. Because Albert Street is a very, very busy traffic street, the wall created a barrier, protect the building, separating the street and the building. As the architect, Cliff Wynns, knew the tongue and groove wood paneling exposed under the eaves, known as peeling, under the eave troughs, as well as other solid wood construction on the outside of the building, would be corroding over time by sulfur dioxide presented in the motor vehicle emissions, a result of the fuel combustion. For example, without a wall, the roof would need to be replaced sooner. It is important to realize when Mr. Wins designed the wall, he had more than one thought in mind. Privacy on what had become a very busy street, architectural integrity to the original design of the home and yard, and the design functionality, as we have discussed this evening. Cliff Wins is an international acclaimed architect who lived in this home for 35 years. He designed the wall, oversaw the construction of the wall, fought for the preservation of the wall, going so far as to move the wall 4 feet closer to the home. Although Mr. Wins made major changes to the back of the home, the wall visibly recognized Cliff Wins' architectural contribution to this building and this property. In closing, as I mentioned in my email Friday, as so often happens, the significance of the wall will become even more important after Mr. Wins' death. When the city looks for visible elements to document this man's life and history while living in Regina, there should be no doubt in my mind this wall is a landmark of this property. The stuccoed finished wall has vibrant history of its own. Please support my design to have this wall included in this destination bylaw. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions on the delegation? Okay, very clear what you were saying. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will now be looking at the report that considers this. This is report 17-76. It is Regina Planning Commission Heritage Designation Application for 3248 Albert Street. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. So on the first part, there are a couple of recommendations that sit before you. The first one is that the designation of the Broderick House and the address and so on be approved. And at Planning Commission, this was not really a contentious issue in terms of the designation of the house. The issue became one where what to do with the fence or what to do with the wall. And so there was discussion at Planning Commission about whether that was significant, whether it was necessary, whether it could be removed, whether it should be removed, and so on. What you have before you, you'll note in number 2, that the reference to the wall in the front of the house be removed from the report as it is not part of the heritage significance of the property. So I just want to explain a little bit more. So we have a story, and we have, so that we understood the background to this property and its designation, a story. And within the story, there was reference made to the wall. It was added in 1970, in the 70s, much later than the house was built. And part of the discussion was that you actually can't see the house. And what is heritage here is all of the redeeming qualities of the house and so on is there. Hence this discussion about the wall. But you can see from the recommendation that it is not what we are bringing forward to you. I think it became clear after Planning Commission that that this was the way to go. So we look for concurrence on this.
Thank you very much. And by the way, for the delegation, you can actually return to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Any comments on the report? Anyone want to speak on the report? Councillor Stevens?
Perhaps administration and the Planning Commission could speak a bit further as to why it would be removed. What significance does it hold to have it taken out of the conversation about heritage? And what would be the implications if it was actually included as part of the heritage of the entire property?
Ms. Folk?
Through you, Your Worship. The heritage evaluation deals with the property proper. So as Councillor O'Donnell referred to, the story and part of the reason for the value is in part related to the story of the wall. However, when our team did an evaluation of that and the statement of significance was developed and written, it was determined that it didn't hold equal heritage value, and the primary elements were the character and the structure of the house, and that's the structure that's proper. Having said that, the owner has the ability to continue to have the wall and maintain the wall and to move forward. So it's really those specific character defining elements of the property of the house that are protected through any alteration permit.
Right. So if this home were to exchange hands, it was sold, someone else purchased it, currently you could tear down the wall without having to go through any kind of process of evaluating its heritage, and no regulations there.
Ms. Folk?
Through you, Your Worship, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other discussions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Move on to our next report, Report 17-77, another Planning Commission report related to a closure on right-of-way on 2524 Garden Street. Councillor O'Donnell? Seconder?
Over the course of the last few years, a number of these, and so this is just one of those elements where there's a small piece of property that is not used as a right-of-way as such. There's no traffic that goes along there, but it become useful for the adjacent landowner. There's a small exchange of money here for the value of the land. We had no issue with this, so we'll seek concurrence again.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Are there any comments or questions on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next report is from the Planning Commission is administrative housekeeping amendments to the Regina zoning bylaw. Councillor O'Donnell. I'll turn you.
I'll speak to this.
Councillor Murray.
Thanks. So there's a whole lot in front of you here, and it is clearly the word housekeeping, and I'm going to simply use one example. Terminology has changed over the course of some time. So if you were back in my neighborhood in the 70s and you happened to shop at a really, really good grocery store called Parkdale Grocery and confectionery, it was my father. Well, the word confectionery doesn't exist anymore in Regina, and by changing this, you are also changing that in terms of the designation that we can use in this property, or sorry, in these bylaws. So this is really a matter of cleaning house. This is one of those things that is first and foremost where it is leading into the change of and review of 9250. So this is a first step. So again, we spent some time on this, I want you to know, but it was just a matter of clarity. So seek concurrence again, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions on Councillor Young?
Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that there is no change to the intent of any of the zoning bylaws. This is simply housekeeping changes. Is that correct?
Ms. Folk?
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, you had my question entirely, whether we're doing substantive policy changes here or simply housekeeping. Some of the references in the appendices indicate it's moving along toward policy changes. And just to give a comment from Ms. Folk on that. Ms. Folk?
Through Your Worship, what's in front of you is all amendments that are housekeeping in nature. I'll ask Mr. Searle to provide further comments.
Mr. Searle?
Your Worship, as Ms. Folk has indicated, the amendments before you are all administrative in nature, address current uses and terminology in the bylaw, and don't change in any way how we apply the bylaw at this time. They're all what we term minor or housekeeping in nature as we do our business with the bylaw.
Thank you for that. Other questions or comments on this report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now go through our bylaws. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship. I move, seconded by Councillor Bryce, the bylaw number 2017-23, 27, 29, 30, 31 be introduced and read first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Council has completed its review of related reports and will now consider the following bylaws by way of this public hearing. Number 21723, respecting administrative and housekeeping amendments to the Regina zoning bylaw. 217-27, designating the property located at 3248 Albert Street as municipal heritage property. 2017-29, respecting the closure of a portion of the right-of-way adjacent to 2524 Garnet Street. And 2017-30 and 2017-31, respecting the development of a medical clinic at 1636 College Avenue. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call the question in the first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you. I move seconded by Councillor Murray that bylaw number 2017-23, 27, 29, 30, 31 be read a second time.
Any discussions on the bylaws? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Stevens that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2017-23, 27, 29, 30, 31 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor Young that bylaw number 2017-23, 27, 29, 30, and 31 be read third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now we move on to delegations, communications, bylaws, and related reports. We have two communications here. The Regina Exhibition Association Limited is here for answering questions only, but they are not appearing as a delegation. And the 2018 Memorial Cup Bid Committee also is here for questions only. But for the letters that have attached to us, could I have a motion to accept those, please? Councillor Young, seconder Councillor O'Donnell. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So before we get into the report, I'm going to ask the city manager to bring us through these reports. I note that this is likely the last time we'll see Mr. Allen, Mark Allen, being here for Riel. He may appear in another capacity, but certainly presenting himself with respect to Riel. Members will know he has been with the Regina Exhibition Association for 15 years and has guided us through a tremendous growth period from what we were 15 years ago with a lot of barns and a lot of buildings that were empty and dilapidated to one of the finest areas for commercial enterprise and sport and entertainment in Canada. So I just want to take a moment to publicly thank Mr. Allen for the work he's done. He has moved us into the new age, into modern era in so many ways, and looking forward to seeing the International Trade Center as the crowning achievement of what he's done. So I'd ask members of council to provide a bit of a round of applause to say thank you for his work. With that, we have a couple of reports to look at, and I'm going to ask the city manager to provide some background to the three reports that are before us. Mr. City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm actually going to have our Executive Director, Kim Monright of City Services. It's him and his staff that work directly with EVRAS in terms of the communications and the relationship with the Memorial Cup Host Committee. So I'll ask Mr. Monright to provide the comments. Thank you.
Mr. Monright.
Through Your Worship, the report in front of you, you have two reports in front of you, one that came forward from the June 26th meeting, and the second is a supplementary report, as we have received new information from both the host committee, Memorial Cup Host Committee, and from Riel on costs associated with the capital investment at the Brand Center. Originally, the budget was $4,035,700. The revised budget is $3,635,200. The amount the city is being asked to contribute has gone from 32.5% to 27.8%, equating to $1,012,200. The Regina Exhibition Association is contributing, originally was 1.5, they are now contributing $1.623 million. That goes to 44.6%. The reason for that change is as the host committee and Riel looked at the benefits in doing the upgrades to the Brandt Center, Real has realized they really will receive a greater benefit long-term because of some of the improvements that are being done to the Brandt Center. So that's the main reason for that change in funding percentage. And then the Memorial Cup Committee will be contributing $1 million, $500,000 in cash, and $500,000 in in-kind services.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. So we have the first report is CR 17-17, which is tabled from the June 26th meeting of Council for the purposes of discussing this tonight. So I'll need a motion to accept that report. Councilor Hawkins, do you want to? This is from Executive Committee, so I'll ask Councilor Fundera to speak to the report, and then we'll get a motion on the floor with a seconder, then we'll get into discussion. Councilor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship. I'll bring CR 1771 in support of the host of the 2018 Mastercard Memorial Cup. The report before is the operational contribution for the city with respect to the 2018 Memorial Cup. The City Council tabled the approval of this report until today's meeting in order to consider both the operational and capital funding request for this event at one meeting. The request for the cash contribution as well as the services is in kind is a standard practice in hosting an event. So I would like to move that Council concur in the recommendation contained in this report.
Thank you. Have a second for that, please. Councilor O'Donnell. Discussion on the report. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you. Two questions. So, for starters, I was wondering if administration could walk us through what this contribution looks like. There's in-kind, there's also operations. Maybe give the public a sense of what we're getting ourselves into here.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, the $200,000 cash contribution will be used by the host committee on the operational side of hosting Memorial Cup. The budget set for that, I believe, is around $3.9 million, so it will go to the operating side. The in-kind services have not been determined in detail yet, but it is up to $50,000 in-kind city services, which, of course, does have a value to it.
Okay. On the operations side, if administration could, maybe a few more details there. Are we talking about public events, and could in-kind services potentially include public transit and so on? Maybe just some potential contributions that will actually give us some specifics here.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, right at this time, public transit is not included or to be included. Through conversations with Memorial Cup, there is no requirement for public transit at this time. This could go to hosting, as you had indicated, public events that are happening. There are a number of events that the host committee is planning for the week, but also leading up to Memorial Cup week.
Thank you. One final question through you, Your Worship. I know we have two motions here, two reports that kind of tie into each other. I know there's some uniqueness in the second ask here, but of these two reports, one is for $250,000 in total, the other just over $1 million. Which is more crucial to the successful bid and operation of Memorial Cup in 2018?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, well, I think both are important aspects of having a successful Memorial Cup. The latter of the two, so the capital investment in the Brandt Center, there is a needed investment. There is requirements by the CHL in order to host Memorial Cup. You have to meet a certain level and have your assets intact. So the work being done there is to meet those requirements. On the operational side, the $200,000 of the $250,000 definitely will help host these other events that have many community benefits to them. So engagement of youth, engagement of different groups, whether it be related to hockey or not. So there are many benefits for the community to host an event like this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any other comments on the report? Councillor Young.
Through you, Your Worship. I did have some calls, and people seemed to need clarification on where the money comes for this type of thing. And so my question to you is there a fund in the budget always set aside for events such as this to bring sports and cultural events into the city? So this isn't an extra thing in the budget.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, the operating money, the $250,000, will go through the 2018 budget process. It will be a one-time commitment made by the city, so that we don't budget in the future because we never know what events are coming at us. So community investment grants, there was a change to that, so we at one point in time, the city did have some money that was earmarked for major events, but that is all rolled into the bigger pot of money for the community investment grant program.
Okay.
I think the city manager has a comment I'd like to make as well.
Your Worship, just further to the comments from Mr. Onright, we would actually need additional direction from council that we include the $250,000 as a part of the 2018 budget. That is not included in the current recommendations.
Councillor Young?
Your Worship, I have a question about the money for the Brant Center. Should I wait until that one comes on the floor?
Wait till that report does. You do that. That's good. Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Now, we're talking specifically Memorial Cup, right?
Just to the report before, which is the community bid for the, not for the actual, not for the actual.
Well, that'll come later. Yeah, then we can have Everest come down after. I guess what I'm looking at is that this is a sporting event, not just for the city, but for the province. And if we don't have the proper facilities, which is another topic we're going to talk about, but we've already got Brant and the rest of the group and the PATS organization and everybody on board for the Memorial Cup. So the question is, how does the funding go? And this is pretty simple. Let's do this. Let's pay this. Let's get it done. And the city's going to benefit, whether it be today. Actually, they started benefiting probably yesterday because people are probably starting to line up to be a supplier of certain things that are needed throughout, whether it be Memorial Cup or to start manufacturing and refurbishing Brant Center when that comes. The thing that I look at is that this money is an investment only for the city of Regina right now. But again, like I said, it broadcasts across southern Saskatchewan because it's not just going to be Regina that's going to benefit. It's going to be a lot of different places that are going to benefit because they're going to be able to bring their children, bring their kids, bring them to a Memorial Cup. It's like the Stanley Cup in the WHL for those that aren't sure what it is. And it is a huge event. And by us having this and challenging it, and also the Memorial Cup is the 100th anniversary, and it's the 100th year of the Regina Pats in Regina. So all the history that goes along with it, hopefully the people that are running the organization will find maybe there's somebody that was at a Memorial Cup 90 years ago. I don't know if that's possible. It's possible. I guess they could be 5, 2, 3, 4, 95, 96 years old. So hopefully they can do that kind of thing to bring this on, because any money we spend in the city to promote this type of an event should go back and shown to the people that started it. So I'm going to be in full support.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I just have a question about when this bid went forward. Did the city promise this money at that time through you, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Onright?
The money was committed in principle at the time it came forward because there was no, in order for the bid committee, pardon me, to move forward, there needs to be, they need to know there's a commitment, but there was a commitment in principle.
Okay, thank you. That makes it really easy for me as a councillor, as it should for the rest of us. If we commit as a council to be on board with the bid process, that we will follow through and provide money if we're successful, then I think we need to follow through and provide money if it's successful. We obviously were successful with the bids, so I think that we need to step up to the plate and actually provide this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any other speakers to the report? I know that Councillor Maduro is going to have an amendment here in a moment, but we'll hold that. Councillor Brasciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will agree with Councillor Bryce. I think that there is, if we have committed to that, I think as a council we do need to, but I've heard over and over what it's going to bring to our city. So do we have an idea as to how much that would be?
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, the economic impact to the community is about $11 million.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Other speakers before I turn it over to Councillor Fundura to move his amendment? Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. As you see it on the screen, that the funding for the 2018 MasterCard Memorial Cup be part of the 2018 budget process.
For a second for that, please. Councillor Massanelli. Debate on the motion. All those in favor? Just hold. Okay. Is it not clear, Councillor Flagel?
Actually, I'm just wondering, is that going to make it acceptable to have the money wait? Because basically you're waiting for the money until next spring, right?
Mr. Onright?
If it goes through.
Mr. Onright?
Through Your Worship, I believe that will fit with the funding model brought forward from Memorial Cup because it's on the operational side of the posting.
Just wanted to clarify. Thanks. Other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the motion as amended. Any further comment on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the next report is the original submission for funding for the capital improvements for the Memorial Cup. This has been superseded by the supplemental report, which we'll consider next. So I'd like to have a motion to receive and file this report because it doesn't apply anymore. So report 79, Councillor Bryce, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we'll move on to report City Manager's Report 17-11. This is the supplemental report for the Brandt Centre renovations. I'd ask Councillor Fundura to introduce this. This report's CM 17-11.
Okay, we're just waiting for the microphone. Okay. I bring CM 17-11 supplement report, EX 17-23, 2018 Memorial Cup Brandt Centre renovations. This supplementary report provides Council with the details of a request being made for the City Council to provide funds for capital improvements to the Brandt Centre in support of the 2018 Memorial Cup. The Western Hockey League has specified facility requirements to host, and their improvements to the Brandt Centre will have a positive impact on all events and that use the centre in the future. I move that the recommendation contained in report CM 17-11 be concurred in.
Second for that, please. Councillor Bryce. Speakers to the report. Councillor Butt. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. These changes to the Brandt Centre are going to make it a place that will be acceptable to the Memorial Cup. But also, they are changes that are going to be used by people who use the Brandt Centre over the years. And so I had another question from a resident, and so what I'm asking now, and maybe Mr. Allen will have to answer this too, I don't know, but what other events happen in the Brandt Centre besides hockey? And how many people in a year would you just guesstimate actually come to the Brandt Centre for any kind of an event?
So,
could we ask Mr.
Mr. Onright, you're not going to try to answer that question? So, Mr. Allen, if you could come forward, please, and
the board. That questions.
We get to at least hear from you one more time, Mr. Allen.
So you can introduce who's with you as well for the record, and you can try to answer that question.
So thank you, and thanks for your kind words earlier. I'm Mark Allen, President and CEO of Ebras Place Regina Exhibition Association Limited, and you know Jeff McPherson, the chair of the board, is with me as well. The Brand Center is sort of the goose that lays the golden eggs in terms of the entertainment center for the community. Most recently, of course, with the investment that the Queen City Sports and Entertainment Group has made in Pat's Hockey, we've had a terrific turnaround and boost in attendance and following for the Pat's organization in this past year, particularly prior to the Memorial Cup. So the Brand Center, first and foremost, is pretty much almost doubled its attendance in the past year with Pat's Hockey in terms of how many people would attend. So if you use a number like 5,000 or 6,000 times 36 events, whatever the math works out would be, Pat's Hockey has doubled in that order of magnitude. And in a normal year, and there's no sort of over the years, my experience has been there's been somewhere between usually 10 to 15 or 18 other special events in the Brand Center. Annually, there's always the 7-day Agribition show that takes place in there. Annually, parts of Canada's Farm Progress Show would be in there for 3 days per year. And on top of that, I think most of you know that we've booked our indoor entertainment. It is our indoor entertainment venue, the best we have in the city, and the largest we have in the city for entertainment events. So in some years, it would be on the, probably if you used 3,000 or 4,000 persons and maybe call it up to 15 or 20 events per year that are not hockey. That would be the order of magnitude. My math's not that good on the fly, but that'd be the order of magnitude of how many people would benefit. A little friendly reminder, some of the Pats and the Memorial Cup wish list and the CHL's wish list for the Brand Center upgrades are our wish list as well. The lower Brand Center, while it isn't the face of the building to the public, it is the face of the building to the promoters, to the entertainers, to the hockey coaches, to the staff, to the scouting staff, and so on. And so in modern venues, the back of house becomes increasingly more important because they present in a better way. So that's just an aside. But overall, I would say, Pat's Hockey may represent maybe 50 to 60% of the attendance in the building in a year, given the higher attendance now. But we have Cirque du Soleil over the years. We'll have a one-off event where we've had Elton John in there, we've had Cher, we've had all kinds. So it's the busiest venue, or one of the busiest venues, other than our sport and rec. But in terms of the entertainment side, it's our busiest venue, and the one that we're most proud of, and it is 40 years old. So we are pleased with the work that we've been able to do with the support of Queen City Sports and Entertainment and the Memorial Cup Committee to bring this forward.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I think your comment that it's the goose that lays the golden egg says it all, and I just wanted people to hear and understand that it's a great place to have hockey, and we're glad of that, but that it's a place where many other things happen within the community, and it serves many, many thousands of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. So at the executive committee meeting, when we were discussing this for the first time, I had raised a concern about investing this kind of money compared to the shabbiness, if you will, of the rink in Leslie Park, right? So I have a question about how this investment compares to the type of investment we're making in other city assets. Because the argument here is it's our facility, it's a community facility, it's owned by the city. How does this $1 million compare to what we're investing in other recreational facilities in the city?
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, in comparison, in 2015, city-owned facilities related to recreation was $5.6 million. 2016 was about $1.8 million, and in 2017 will be in the neighborhood of 5.3. In the 2 years where there was $5+ million invested, those had more major investments in single items, so the Douglas Park facility that was done there. But on average, it would be between $1 million and $2 million that's invested in our current recreation facilities.
Okay, thank you. I guess my final question, I was pleased to see that the requirement of the city in this revised report has gone down a little bit. In other venues, how typical is it for this kind of partnership to be arranged? So for instance, is it normal that there would be these 3 funding contributors, or would we normally see a bidding committee ponying up all or most of the money when it came to the Memorial Cup?
Mr. Onright?
Normally, you would develop partnerships to share the amount of investment. If a host committee had to fundraise or put up all the money, it would be very uncommon that they'd be able to put up that kind of money to bring in an event, and specifically when you're doing asset renewal or some work to an asset specific, or more along the lines of a city-owned asset.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flegel.
Thank you, and thanks for staying up here, because I want to ask Mr. McPherson a question, if I could, through you, Mr. Mayor. I asked you this at exec, and I kind of, maybe I caught you off guard a little bit, but in your time as chair, you've been there 10 years, how much money in major construction has your board allocated towards putting more work into, at that time, I think it was maybe called the Agrodome, and now it's Brand Center. So what have you done for repairs since your tenure?
Your Worship, through you. We've looked back and we got a report. I may have to ask the incoming chair, Sandra Masters, but if I'm wrong, but I believe that as we looked back ourselves on a 10-year investment horizon, it was about $8.5 or $9 million that we have put into Brant Center at different times, in terms of $1.2 million when Queen City Sports and Entertainment put in the score clock. We committed $1.2 million into the roof. There was seat replacement. There's been major enhancement into air back handling, air dehumidification in terms of ice. So over that 10-year, we have put money into Brant Center, but as a 40-year-old asset, it requires more of our attention, and I think part of the commitment of the board, even in terms of this funding and our increase and a lower ask from the city, as a result of us really looking and seeing which of these investments we would consider to be sort of business unusual and truly should have been funded by Riel, versus maybe a special event type funding where you're trying to bring it up to a key specific standard. So as we started to break down some of the elements, boards and glass as an example, whether there's a Memorial Cup happening or not, we would have funded that type of investment. So we really tried to break the investment back up and look at, as the steward, what would be business as usual and take a bigger percentage. So I hope,
right,
Councillor Flegel, that's answering your question.
Thank you. Yeah, it just brings another one that I had written down here anyway. But through you, Mr. Mayor, if the Memorial Cup wasn't going to happen, would we have invested $4 million like we're doing today over time? This has obviously expedited it. The Pats and the host committee are putting up $1,500,000 cash. So really, the city and the Riel are on the hook for about $3 million cash, unless we have in-kind in our money as well. So over the next 5 years, would we have invested this kind of money to keep the upgrades going?
Yes, we have. Like specifically, there's only about $500,000 of this project in its entirety that would be considered Memorial Cup specific, in terms of it not lasting past Memorial Cup.
Okay.
Lighting upgrades, you could argue, might be Memorial Cup in terms of the candlelight power required for television is higher than you would for a regular WHL game. So we're making that investment, but obviously a bright lit building supported by that clock is a fan experience aspect as well as a player aspect. So it's a prudent investment on our part to continue to invest in energy efficient lighting to the building. Briar as an example. So there are even events that are coming, in 2018 that benefit from that. As Mark, I think, alluded, part of the investment is going into dressing rooms, and you might think that's a lot of hockey players and a lot of hockey bags, but it's also a room that Sherry uses when she comes and plays a concert. So it's our green room for concerts. So that is where acts will stay You look at the Sky Suites as an example. Sky Suites is an excellent investment in terms of the business community. We have a wait list in terms of businesses interested in having a permanent suite on site. The economics of 6 suites over a 30-year life cycle, probably in the range of $5 to $7 million of cash flow in. And as you know, as a nonprofit and as a municipal corporation, all of the profit that we generate off those investments get returned back into either that asset or the other assets. So logically, we would have looked at an investment like that. We would look at, which isn't part of this investment, but we actually, over and above some of the investments, Real is looking at a power ring, they call it. So in our new Mosaic Stadium, you have the advertising that goes around. It's another revenue-generating medium. We're actually looking at that in terms of Brant Center outside of this project. Outside of this project, in the scope coming down, is some improvement into the sound system, because that benefits CWA, who spends its own money to make temporary upgrades into the sound system. It will benefit other users in terms of the sound system. And that's also will be done in 2018 outside of this project, or even this year through other means of money.
Thank you. Through you, I just have another question here. When we looked at this back at exec, we were at about $4 million, and now we're down to $3,635. What's going to be lost in this $365,000 that's not going to go?
Well, the big element that's lost right now is the sound system we took out. Okay. There are a number of drivers for why the sound system has been taken out. One, the approval that was done on July 5th, the way it's structured, we're still waiting for confirmation from SaskPower in terms of the energy grant or the light grant that they will provide in terms of the lighting. So we've removed the sound system. We'll wait to see how much money that is that we will get through that process. Real will then put its own resources outside of the 1,623 that we're committing to upgrade. So the majority of it comes from a sound system, because we're unsure whether we're building a whole $475,000 sound system or whether it will be a significant $300,000 to $350,000. It's monetarily dependent in terms of the monies that we have, and so we're just waiting on some understanding of that. So we pulled that one out, but the parties are both understanding that the sound system is extremely important, and so the Memorial Cup Committee is working very hard with their partner SaskPower in terms of that side of the funding, and we internally with management are looking really hard. We've even spoken to the administration in terms of there may be assets in the old Mosaic Stadium that we could be acquiring from the city that would actually enhance and get reused and become a lower cost investment, but still the same sound return, if you want to call it that.
Okay. Thank you. Just real quick, no, let me go. I didn't write it down, so there's a question. I think, are we closing debate after?
Yes.
We get comments after?
Debate. Perfect. This is part of your 5 minutes. Because they're not a delegation. So you speak,
they're not a
you've
delegation.
got about a minute
okay,
to go.
well, then what I have to say is that...
Order, just a moment. You have 1 minute left on your
Perfect.
5 minutes.
That's all I need. Basically what I want to say is, and if these are my closing comments, is that we have an investment of a 40-year-old building that we put money into, $10 million roughly. We have $4 million. We have 2 family members and an outside party that are going to contribute, and it all goes back into the business of City of Regina, doing business to grow down the road. And we may have to, in 5 years, look at another million or 2 or 4 million bucks. But all I'm saying is that we have the opportunity to host this, to recoup some money. We're going to put more skyboxes in, what I've been told, to generate some more revenue for Real. The city taxpayers, we've got a slush fund set up on the side. I think this is a great opportunity for us to invest, get people to invest in our building for the City of Regina, and that's what the PATS organization is doing along with Real and the City of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Some of what I was going to say, Councillor Flagel said it, but I'll be brief. So here we have a 40-year-old building. We've got an option of getting over $3.6 million of work done in it, and we only have to put up 1 point some million. So for every dollar we put in, we're actually getting 2 more added to it. This is a city-owned building, And it's something that does need investment in. When the question was asked about what all goes into it, I've been to curling there, I've been to the tattoo there, I've been to horse things there, I've been to concerts there, I could go on, figure skating, dog show things there. Like, this is a widely used facility here in the city. As was mentioned, it's the best indoor facility that we have for the community. So I think that we need to invest in our piece of property so it can be up to par. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. I have no questions, gentlemen, although nice to see you here. My first comment is simply one is, in the last while, we have had delegations come before us and ask about attracting events to our city. So while we spent time on a Memorial Cup, we also have been successful. In fact, I don't believe we have been unsuccessful at anything that we have bid on where City Council has been asked to provide funding. So there's curling coming in the fall, and there's curling coming in the spring. And so whatever advantage that we can create now for the Brant Center will be with curling in the spring, when it is a packed house. And there is figure skating coming and so on. The point for me is that if we enhance this, we can get more. I noted when I went to New Mosaic Stadium for a football game, there's a certain group of people. But when I went for the soccer, there was a different group of people there. And that's what these things are all about. You attract different folks from the community and outside. That's one. Two, we have sat here many times when Mark has come forward and asked for a little bit of money every year. And we've said repeatedly, you got to make some money. Well, when there is a partnership, the people that we've asked to look after our facility have in fact generated some cash. And they're now putting it back into the resource that is ours as a community, not ours as people. Ours is a community that all these folks can come and benefit from. This is what it's all about. The Memorial Cup to me was an excuse. It's a great excuse, by the way. And I think what I sorry I didn't ask this, but you know, there are all sorts of things from volunteerism that builds community. There's events that are free to events that you pay for. There are people that watch a hockey game to people that just are happy that it's part of our community. That's what this is about. This is a simple investment that we all gain from. Two hands up on this one.
Sorry, Councillor O'Donnell, you only have one hand up. So, any of the speakers? Councillor Ferndure, if you could take the seat, please, for a moment.
Go ahead, Your Worship.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you for this. I have just a few comments to make, and I want to thank the delegation, and I know we have Queen City Entertainment as well as here. In addition to the comments made by everyone tonight, and I agree with all of them, I want to add this. We'll be showcasing our city, our facility, all of our city over the course of the Memorial Cup. And you can't buy that promotion. That alone is important. That being said, we do things through partnerships. And virtually all of the building that took place on Alvarez Place, and Mr. Allen knows this, is done through partnerships. Federal government, province, city, private sector, city, Alvarez. We're all doing this together. And so we're greater than the sum of the parts as we go forward. So I have no issue supporting this whatsoever. You know, the ingenuity, the energy from Queen City Entertainment to bring this bid to our city, to bring it successfully here, is quite a feat to do that, given the kind of competition that was faced down east. That alone is certainly worth our attention. The previous report we talked about an investment for the bid committee. That to me is a no-brainer as well, because of the quality of people behind that bid, and with Alvarez being there as well, really is not much of an issue for me at all. I want to repeat, the importance is the long term. Keep the eye on the long view here for our city. It is, most importantly and most immediately, the Memorial Cup. The longer term is a fantastic facility that will attract more events, and we've heard about what those could look like. So this, to me, is a great investment in a 40-year-old building that needs some tender, loving care to make it even better. So definitely we'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship.
Other speakers on the report? Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just I want to clarify, though, for the general public, that this is something that is in the asset revitalization reserve. So this is not something new that we're going to have to find dollars for. So I want that to be made clear to the public, because as an elected official, we always get those questions. Okay, you know, we're going to be facing an $18 million deficit. How are we going to pay for this? So I want to ensure that we as a city ensure that that is out there to the public and well known. So I too think that this is a big picture, and I don't want to repeat anyone else what they said, but for sure this is a big picture thing, and it's over 40 years. It needs to have some work. And we just happen to be into our master recreation plan and looking at all these things, so it's perfect timing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Other speakers to the report? Call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for answering questions. And we'll now move on to our next report, actually delegations, and a completely different subject. We're going to be dealing with the taxi bylaw review. So we have two people on delegation here, Ashke Padama and Mr. Greywall. If you could please come forward, state your name, who you represent, and there may be questions of members of council after your presentation, but you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Kamaljit Garewal. I'm working in this taxi business for many years.
Good evening. My name is Akshay and I represent for taxi.
Okay. As I told you that I'm working in this business for many years, in this taxi business, we run a small business, and we're doing very good as it is. And in this seasonal license are generated out from our regular license, and it should be stay as it is. In front way, the people have a job out there. They are working in this business for many years. They are experienced drivers, and every year they work out and give a predictable and good service to the public of Regina. And in this lottery system, we'll take the job from them and give out to those people which may not be as experienced or maybe new, and they don't know anything about this taxi business. I think I strongly suggest leave this taxi business as it is. We put our every effort in this taxi business industries to give a better, reliable, predictable service in the public of Regina throughout the year. We think we're doing very good job outside serving this region of the Regina. You want to say something? Go ahead. You do it.
Go ahead. Any questions if you have?
Oh, you finished?
I'm going to say later.
Okay. You have about 3.5 minutes to go.
Okay. So I think the 60-40 is a pretty good idea, where everybody gets a fair chance of doing their job. And when it comes to the allocation of the lottery process, it should be at least in the taxi industry where people have, it should be given to the people who have been in the industry at least a couple of years, is what I think. And the rest points like driver and passenger safety, everything is good. Accessible taxis are doing pretty good nowadays. We had issues in the beginning, but we are doing pretty good now. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good. Are there questions of the delegation? Any questions? Councillor Massinelli?
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned you thought the 60-40 was a pretty good idea, but you also mentioned a couple years of experience would be nice. Do you have any ideas how a person could enforce that or ask that of anyone? Have you
Sorry,
seen it done
I
anywhere
didn't get
else?
your question.
The couple years of experience. Within your industry, do you have any idea on how a person could find out to have a couple years experience? Have you worked anywhere else where they've enforced that, or driver abstracts, or have you ever encountered that before?
Probably we could go by the batch numbers, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They go by serial number. Like say apply today, I get a X batch number. Somebody applies tomorrow, they get a Y batch number. So we could probably go by the batch number.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. Doesn't appear to be any other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to our next delegation, Mike Sharma. To you, Mr. Sharma, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, everybody. It's nice to coming back again. I've been talking here for a few meetings. It's kind of nice to get to know you and get to know me and my business. I'm in the cab. I'm with Co-op Taxi. My name is Mike Sharma. We've been discussing for a long time, and we spend quite a bit of time in the meetings, long meetings, discussions, and it's kind of nice. I bet you, I think some of councilors knows how this taxi business basically works. The last executive meeting seemed like to me what my understanding, what I understood. Mostly people decided 40-60. I think that will help both sides, but still, it's not a very good for the company, brokers, and drivers. In a way, the way we have been talking, it will not help to budget our yearly how that company can work, and safety to the customers. New people will come. We are not certain where they want to come from, what kind of behavior, what kind of experience they will have. But we have to settle somewhere to go forward. I think it will be nice. In this meeting, we can put a stop to this and decide somewhere, give a try to 40-60. Plus, we can give 1 year review. After 1 year, we can review the whole process, if it works or not. If it works, carry on. If it don't, we can have fun again. Just come back and discuss some more. So it's kind of good to know what's going on. It's people coming forward and taking part in this whole thing. But plus, going forward, I would like to, this is just one thing I did. This is just last time I think we should have a committee. The committee should involve the people who are directly involved with cab business. It takes so long to understand how the process works for even both sides. We have to explain quite a bit. Some councillors come to us, we have to explain how the system works, and we have to understand how this whole thing works. So if we have some kind of committee in the future, I'm not saying you have to listen what we say 100%, you have to implement those things, but it will help to understand each other and make a decision easily in the future. And plus, when we come here, we have to deal outside on a counter, and they have a rule regulation to follow. But some rule regulation and forcing their power is very fine line. A person going to take meter inspection there, on the way going there, one marker light get fused or burnt out. He was okay before he going there. The person comes out, he said, well, look, your light is burnt out. You have to go back and spend $50. Maybe you have to make an appointment after 2 weeks, or maybe 2 days, sorry. And he lost 2 days' money. So what I meant to say, these kind of things, minor things, we can resolve with that committee and meeting. We can bring those issues forward. So in the end, I will say, yes, please give a serious consideration about 60-40 tonight, in this meeting. And hopefully we can have this result and we can carry on and work peacefully and put end to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel.
Push button. Thanks, and thank you for coming forward, Mike. So, can I ask you ultimately what is the best possible solution for you?
Well, I've been talking for a few last meetings and in my presentations. Yes, I would like to see the way it was, because I don't know, we were working for the last 10 years. Nobody had any issue in a winter place, a seasonal place we call. They issued to broker issued to drivers, everything was fine. I think I would still like that process, actually. That's the best way we can go forward.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask why we're here today?
Because some people came forward and they want to change the system without any reason. They're giving us, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, why do you think they wanted to change the system?
I'm not agree about the whole thing what they're talking about. They're talking about we charge so much money, but I don't understand. Business is economy. Economy is all money. Nobody works free. Even these guys whoever's gonna win the lottery, they're gonna charge their drivers, they're gonna make their living. So same thing what we are doing it. They exaggerate the numbers and try to mislead people. It's true. I can prove that in my company. I can speak for my company, which I work for.
Thank you. Through you, a question is on timing, because we've been hearing that we need 2 to 3 months to put a vehicle on the street. If I gave you a license today, a lottery license, you want a lottery license today, how long would it take you to put a car on the street? Safe, by code, whatever you want to call it. Or any of your broker owner friend. Maybe you don't have one available, but if there was one available, how long would it take?
Well, I think it will take maybe a month and a half or 2 months, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because you have to find a vehicle. Some companies have to have a certain color for the car. You have to install a camera, meter, and other thing, meter, radio, so many other obligations. You have to fill those things up, and then you're going to come forward and drive around. Maybe you have to learn if a new person comes. Suppose if I don't know how to drive it, I have to take a training, and training could take maybe for a month, depends on person's own IQ.
Okay. Let me rephrase the question, Mr. You. If you had the seasonal license last year on a vehicle that sat and wasn't being used, how long would it take you to put that vehicle back on the road?
A week or two.
A week or two?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I kind of thought. Because there are those vehicles out there, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Brasciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for coming and speaking the third time. I do have a question in regards to, you did indicate that you are okay with the recommendation. It's not the best, but 60-40 may work. There's a piece in the criteria that asks for no experience. All you have to have is just get your Class 4 license. I want to know, this is for a seasonal license, so I want to know your thoughts as an operator, broker. How would that work in this industry?
Of course, if you start any business, anything, you need experience, right? Without experience, there will be obstacle to go forward and provide a good service. And if somebody won a lottery without any experience, it will take a while to understand this whole business. This business is not that easy, but it looks. Just people think that sit on a seat and staring and just press the button and go for it. You're going to learn so many different things. You're going to know the city. You're going to know how to deal with the customers, because customers get in a car, they are always not in their pleasure or in a good behavior sometimes. And that is a big issue. It is. And that's why we run into those problems. So there's so many areas to cover to become a cab driver. I know it's not a very educated post or anything, but still you're going to have to learn how to run that business. So I think without experience, it will be hard for new people to come and work in this industry. And that's why, then we say services, people think, well, we're talking about only service, opening a door and driving around. But these all things include in service. How to deal with the customer, how to deal with the situation, then the situation occurred. And that if one person cannot provide, if somebody driving a co-op taxi license or top sign on top, he's driving around, and if he cannot provide a good service to the person next time, he will not call that number. So what happened to the company? We lose business. Because of one or two unexperienced driver, all the company, all experienced driver, but they're working for the last maybe 50, 20, or 30 years even, they suffer. Loss of income. So that's why experience is very necessary for any kind of business. But cab business is most important because it's not that easy to drive around. You're going to know the city. You're going to know how to provide a good service. There's so many things involved in this whole business.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Brasciani. Other speakers? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll go on to our next delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, delegation is Del Vandekamp. Mr. Vandekamp, if you could identify yourself for the record again and who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Worship. My name's Del Vandekamp, and I'm with Andy's Accessible. Now, one of the items I want to talk about is the emergency button or the red button or whatever you want to call it. Whether it's in the computer or on the steering wheel. And here's my problem I got with the computer button. Let's pretend you're in a van, your car, okay? You're driving. You got your hands up here. You got a guy beside you. You got 2 guys behind you. They grab you by the neck. You'll never be able to get to the computer or your phone. Never. Now, if you got a button on your steering wheel or on the side of the seat or on the door, you can hit it right away. You got this hand-free. The bells go on, the lights go on, the siren goes on. And those people that grab you from behind, they're not going to stick around. They're going to scram. Okay, you go by the computer thing, you'll never be able to get it in time. Never. And if you do happen to get it, then time you radio goes into the office, then to the police department, 15, 20 minutes. That doesn't work. And whoever thinks that works, they haven't drove cab. You know, let's be realistic about things. Okay, second thing, the audio camera. Okay, that's fine, I'll go with the visual. Audio, well, I got customers, and I take a lot of people, and they're in wheelchairs or whatever. I got a husband, wife, and they're talking in the back about some medical problems or whatever, okay? They're talking silent. They don't want to have a system listening to them. Take a lot of businessmen. They get in the cab, they're talking business. They don't want to be under audio. That's privacy. And the stickers that they got in the door right now on the window, 2 sides, they're 3 inches by 3 inches with a whole bunch of stuff on them. And the letters, probably about a 1/16 of an inch. This might be audio. It doesn't make sense. And if you want to get rid of cab business, if some companies want to have that, that's fine, okay? It should be optional, okay? Now, if Capital Cab wants that, that's fine. If I don't want it, so I won't put it in. It's a choice of the broker. If the broker goes to the driver and say, well, that's our policy from the brokers, well, then that's it. But it should be left to the brokers, not to the City Hall. It's privacy. And if you do have that on, I want signs about 2 inches saying this is under audio for the people. And if you think that the drivers can't take that out and play around with the computer, you're crazy. They do. In Calgary, they do. Now, this other thing about this red button, emergency button, I'm saying it should be optional. If one company wants this and another company wants that, fine. If none of them want it, fine. But it should be optional. I don't think it should be in the bylaw. So, and about audio cameras, okay. Second thing about accessible, okay? Now, I've been in accessible since 1995. The first ones that started this was Dr. Brandt, okay? She formed it, and I can tell you the people that were there, Dr. Brandt. And
Mr. Vandekamp, you have 1 minute to go in your presentation.
Okay. And at that time, okay, the brokers and the drivers said, okay, if you don't have a car available, we'll give the trip to the next one who's ever available. Now, I've done that with Regina Cab. So you can trade off trips. You don't need a guy sitting in the car at 6 of them at 4 o'clock in the morning. There's no trips. Now, if there's any questions, I'd like you to ask me.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Other questions of the delegation? Oh, I think you're okay. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation, Mr. Glenn Sally. Mr. Sally, you know the routine. Identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation. And maybe questions afterwards.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. As you know, my name is Glenn Sully, owner of Capital Cabs. I've been in the taxi industry for over 35 years. Badge number 369. As a car owner, plate leasee, and also a plate owner. I now run a taxi brokerage. Seasonal plates are 37% of my fleet. Taking from us is a big financial impact to our small company. And our customer service. This would also affect our customer service. How would the city feel if Saskatchewan government told them that they had to give away 30% of the property taxes to property owners, that they would put a draw for it? What would the city then do? I know, cut services, dramatic tax increases. In the beginning, I had phone calls, conversations with the city. She seemed to understand the importance of each brokerage getting the 37% of the seasonal licenses, and that have been with us for over 40 years. And how would it affect customer service with each company? Even the city acknowledged that the seasonal license plates were the brokerage's responsibility. We give authorizations to individuals to operate them, and it was our responsibility to return them at the end of the season. Also, in the Monday report, it says clearly all future decals, seasonal and annual, should be awarded by lottery to current drivers or brokers, and existing seasonals be left to the brokerages. Note, these seasonal licenses are not new. The brokerages only had one meeting and there was no discussion with the seasonal plates. And since then, it almost like they had no intentions on dealing with everybody's concerns about the seasonal licenses. I know we could resolve everybody's concerns when given a chance. And the last thing on this matter is, at no time did the industry charge outrageous fees, and also we in the industry want our customers to get quality service. This is not the direction we should be going. We need to spend more time with our operators to give customer service better customer service and sensitivity to all our operators, and give good experience for our customers and help grow our business. A little bit on the winter plates. The 33% of the temporary winter plates have been out there for decades, and they were also been given equally to all brokerages, which helped the industry meet the extra demands in the wintertime. This also helped the industry survive over the year financially. More customers travel in the wintertime, and it also helps reduce the wait times at airports and other hotels, etc. By offering a lotto draw is a guarantee that it would be unequal distribution of the lotto plates, which will increase wait times at certain companies. This is a fact with previous lotto plates that have been given out by the lotto process. We find we have no control over the operators. They work when they want and ask more out of the taxi companies, blackmail us, threaten us to leave us. We distribute the temporary winter plates first to the plate owners.
Mr. Sully, you have 1 minute to go.
Oh boy, okay. And licenses, the taxi industry. They would get charged, they do not get charged high rental leases, as was said. We ask you please to leave the temporary license plates status quo. I understand that the 60-40, I probably could live with everything that was recommended in the proposal that you have submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Sally. I appreciate that. You had a lot of material to go through. Thank you very much for that. Maybe questions of members of council? There are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Leslie McNabb. Ms. McNabb, if you could identify yourself, who is with you, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Adnan Bajwa, and I work in Regina Gap.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. All of my life, I've spent trying to make things more fair. My dad, who was a good old Saskatchewan boy from Big River, said, "Dear, life isn't always fair, but it is right to work towards that. Don't give up." We've been working for 2 years to try and get the report that this council commissioned in 2009 and 10, and indeed the one that's brought forward by your people. This is why I'm here tonight. The taxi industry is interesting. I've learned way more about it than I ever thought I would. You have small groups who control the city's license. They are the city's licenses, and you have small groups that control them. And they use that control to make money. And we all know, and we understand, that making money is a good thing. The city's obligation, though, is to the citizens of this city. Your obligation in the taxi industry is to ensure that there's safe, reliable, and trustworthy transportation for the public. Your people examine the vehicles. They test the drivers. They issue the taxi badges, and you ensure the services by allowing enough licenses to cover the needs of the citizens. You have commissioned those studies to report on the industry. And from those studies, you've implemented many of the recommendations. The computerized system for dispatch, the newer cars, camera surveillance in each car, and more. The only recommendation outstanding was the issuing of the seasonal and new plates. Last year, we watched City Council vote unanimously to issue seasonal plates by the lottery system. We were optimistic, hoping that this would lead to more fairness in the industry. The council reversed that decision and stated there needed to be more extensive study. The council instructed their people to study, explore options, consult with all the stakeholders, and to bring back a report. And here we are, a year later. The staff did an excellent job. They put together a report with recommendations. They did what they were instructed to do by this council. They consulted extensively with all stakeholders. Indeed, I heard Mr. Kelly say that they only had one meeting, but he was also at the driver meetings because he's also a driver, where he was able to speak. They explored the options, and they came back to you with recommendations about safety and licensing. You agreed with those recommendations, except for the licensing. We thank you for your concern about the drivers that are out there. They have a tough job.
You have 1 minute to go in your presentation.
Thank you. More drivers would be here tonight directly to share their personal stories and their day-to-day realities of their jobs, but their fear of retribution is real. A driver who appeared here before you recently, after more than 7 years of providing service to a cab company here in the city, had his lease terminated. It was just taken away with a month's notice. Business. I would say it was a clear message. Worked there for 7 years with no problems. Today I'm simply asking you to follow the recommendations that were given to you by the Monday report. I'm asking you to follow the recommendations that your staff that work with these people have come up with.
Basically, now I'm going to have to ask you to stop. Your 5 minutes is up. There may be questions of your position and what you said, but I do have to limit it to 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Stevens?
Just one question. So at the executive committee meeting, after a long conversation, debate, council kind of, if you will, came to a compromise of the 60-40. What does that mean for you, that compromise? Is it of value? Is it a step in the right direction?
Thank you for your questions and through you, Your Worship. For us, it's a small start. It's crumbs that we would be grateful to take. It isn't what was recommended, but we think it will be a start if that's where we have to go.
What are the implications of that change? What will happen?
The implications are, we are hoping, is that the drivers, the people that get these licenses, will get to choose which business they work with. They'll get to choose the business, the brokerage, the dispatch service that gives them the best service. And they'll pay for it because they do. But they want to be able to choose who they work with. And we're hoping that'll make it a better industry. It'll encourage the brokerages to improve their business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sense.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Young.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming this evening, and I'm really pleased that you're here because at the last meeting we had, there was very little to be heard from drivers. And I think you talked tonight about some of the reasons why they weren't here. But you're here now, and so one of the questions I have is, how does this make it better for the driver? How does the lottery system help make his job better for the taxi driver?
For the drivers, like I said to Mr. Stevens, what they'll be able to do is they'll be able to choose the brokerage, the service that is best suited for what they need. They want the one that gives the public the best service, that answers the phone the quickest perhaps, that looks out for the drivers, that is training the drivers so that they'll be able to be proud of the work they do. We want my drivers, one of the things they wanted to do was to have a set of rules and regulations at each company. They want to have a good appearance. That's what they wanted in their contract.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about the system itself and improvements that you think that the system would benefit from?
I think the system here, what you would have is now you would have the people that are providing the services would have to provide a better service so that the drivers that would be using their service will now be able to choose. They're not just holding to one. What's been happening is the city has been, for many decades, the city has been giving those plates to the brokerages, and they decide who gets them. And as we saw, it's not always the experienced people that get licenses. We see new drivers, and there's horrible things that happen. So they're not always experienced drivers that are getting those winter plates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions? I have a question of clarification just on your opening statement where you say you represent people in the industry. So Just to be clear, who do you represent? When you say people, is it a large number? Just so I understand.
It's the people that I represent, and this is the United Steelworkers staff representative, are the people that have one plate or are drivers at Regina Cabs.
Jessica, I just want to be clear. It sounded like you were talking just about drivers only as opposed to brokers or...
No, I don't represent the brokers, but I do represent some people that are owners of licenses if they have only a single plate. Or if they've got a winter plate where they get one plate, then I represent them. They are employees of the companies according to the Labor Board.
Good. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
If there's no other question, you can return to the gallery. Thank you so much. Oh, Mr. Bryce, Councillor Bryce.
Sorry, I just wanted, through you, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned experienced drivers. I'd just like for you to define what you mean by experienced drivers. Do you mean they have 1 month or 10 years experience? What do you mean by experienced drivers?
Experienced drivers? Well, that would be up to the City Council's recommendations, right? What we're saying is our drivers had recommended 2 years like they have in Saskatoon. But the excellent report that was brought out by your staff thought that would cover itself. Because to get a cab, some people say it would take a month and a half. Some people would say it would take a week. Those cabs that are sitting, they would be for sale. People would be able to buy them if they wanted to get them out there. And if you have the experience, you'd know the people to talk to. If you have the experience driving, you'd be able to make a real estimate of what it's going to take, because it's a difficult job.
Thank you. I just wanted your definition of experience, because you mentioned experienced drivers. So through you, Mr. Mayor, you're saying Saskatoon says 2 years and the like. So I just wanted to know what you meant by experienced drivers. Are you
I would go with the 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questioners? Councillor Brasciani? You don't need to press it. I'll press a button for you.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you for the discussions that we've had. I just want to know, so we've talked about drivers, we've talked about brokers, and in this 60-40 would be something good that would be for the drivers. So I guess the question I have for you is, who are the brokers? Who are they accountable to? So, I want your thoughts on that. Who are the brokers are accountable to?
You'd have to ask the brokers, but I would say they're accountable to themselves, right? Right now, they get those extra licenses. No questions asked. There's nothing that says they have to have experienced drivers. There's nothing that says that what their charges are going to be. There's not an exact time that they have to answer the phone in the bylaws or anything like that. They have to follow provincial and federal laws and the city laws. They have to follow all of those. That's who they're accountable to. If these plates were given to a lottery, then they'd have to be responsible to the people that would be using their service. They'd have to provide them like any business in this town. If you don't provide good service to the people, they won't come. So I think it would help to make this industry a better, more modern industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our last delegation.
And thank you.
Sandy Archibald. Ms. Archibald, you know the process. If you can identify yourself for the record in your name, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Sandy Archibald, representing Regina Cabs. We're asking that the bylaw be tabled since the bylaw amendments were only made available to us late Friday afternoon, and we've had no opportunity to obtain a legal opinion as to the application and the consequences of the bylaw amendments before you tonight. A similar report was dealt with at the June 15th Community and Protective Services Committee meeting. There was a vote. The vote was lost, so the report didn't pass the committee. The chair of the committee gave the administration an opportunity to challenge the finality of the vote, dispensing with the report. They raised no objection. The industry understood that the matter was resolved for the year and began to plan for the winter season. There was order. We had several applications for seasonal licenses, and preparations were well underway. In respect to the safety recommendations, the brokers are generally supportive of the driver and passenger safety recommendations, and to that end, the brokers wrote a letter to the administration outlining how many of those could be implemented without changes to the bylaw. However, we've had no reply. Subsequently, we had to stop planning and revisit another report that contains the same recommendations as the prior report that was defeated. The pieces of the chessboard have been knocked off, and there's disorder. If the disorder continues, it will damage the critical taxi services provided to the public during our severe weather conditions, and the public will look to the results tonight. The administration has failed to follow the agreed-upon process that was adopted in 2012 following Dr. Monday's report. That process worked well to develop a good faith understanding and consensus between the industry and the administration that the existing city licensing system would not be changed. Unfortunately, that good faith agreement has been broken by the bylaw before Council tonight. We ask Council to continue the good faith and put aside the changes to the seasonal licensing system. To quote Dr. Monday, allocating existing seasonal decals to a lottery system would severely damage the benefit the public receives from the existing current brokers and their associated decal owners. The allocation through brokers has served the industry and, more importantly, served the citizens of Regina well with predictable, reliable service during the winter. This report states that the wait time is 5 minutes, which is very good. The report does not identify any customer service concerns. We're doing a good job. So what's the motivation to change a service that works well for the public and the industry? The report doesn't address the economic impact of a lottery on the existing industry, nor any critical analysis of how the proposed lottery will provide adequate service to the public and the major users. The seasonal licenses are generated out of the pool of regular licenses that are owned by almost 100 small business drivers and owners. The driver owners share that right that has been well established in the bylaw for approximately 40 years. Changes to those rights would cause losses to owners because they would lose a portion of their business. If your regulator revokes and expropriates existing rights from one group and gives them to another group, this is neither fair nor equitable. Each winter season, those driver owners make arrangements for procuring more vehicles, equipment, and engage additional drivers. The owners have structured their business plans around and in compliance with the well-established practice based on the regulatory system in the bylaw. Brokers have commercial business relationships with driver owners who are the customers of the brokers. The owners then employ additional drivers to work for them and drive the taxi. The details of those business relationships are between those parties. Brokers don't collect any fees from drivers. One function of a broker is to seek out business opportunities with large commercial users like the airport and school boards. Those multi-year contracts provide a base of business to owners and their drivers year-round. If brokerages lose seasonal license allocations, the ability to plan for those future contracts will be taken away. There's been no analysis of the beneficial aspects of the current system compared to the negative aspects of the proposed lottery system. Lotteries pick winners and losers, and we don't believe that's the way the city should be promulgating with we don't believe that's what the city should be promulgating with businesses. The report points to Saskatoon that allocates by a lottery system, but fails to state that Saskatoon did not have an existing seasonal system.
You have a minute to go.
Thank you. The 2010 Monday report is clear that the current licensing system, including seasonal licenses, must be maintained for stability of the industry as a whole. It states that all future licenses, winter and annual, should be awarded by lottery. Statistically, the 4 prior lotteries have resulted in approximately 80% of the winners being from outside the industry with no experience. So the majority do not go to drivers. A wide-open lottery would remove experienced drivers and replace them with mostly inexperienced people new to the industry who will try to provide the service to the public. The citizens of Regina will be the losers of this lottery. The administration has already clearly stated at the CPS meeting that if it wasn't approved by July 1st, no changes could be made for the upcoming season. There may well be avenues to pursue issuance of licenses by lottery in the future, but the maintenance of the existing system is critical. The official community plan sets out as one of its goals is to ensure an orderly regulatory environment within which
I have to stop you. It's you have your 5 minutes up. I'm sorry, but you've used
business and industry can operate.
Sorry.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Sorry
Appreciate
about
the
that.
time.
Any questions of the delegation? Councilor Flego?
Thanks, I did that right. Welcome, and good to see you again as all the delegates. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, status quo seems to be something people are talking about, and I know the brokers are probably like that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, we're looking for the existing seasonal system to remain the same, so we can provide the service to the public.
So if we leave it the same, it's 49 seasonal?
Yes.
37% of those
associated with each brokerage.
Associated with each brokerage. So at your company, how many would that be?
15-ish.
15. And I meant to ask Mr. Solly this, but do you know what his portion would be, roughly?
I expect he's about the same.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. What I'm wondering about is the Monday report. We've heard the lady say that she agrees with it, and then yet you're saying you agree with the Monday report, but you're on opposite sides. So how can you both be agreeing with the same report?
Well, we're all on the side of good service to the public. The Monday report states all future licenses, seasonal and other lottery. It didn't contemplate the existing seasonal system. So the existing seasonal system was to remain as is, and then if they wanted to layer on that with other seasonals or other lotteries, which we've seen, that would be a go-forward position.
Okay. So you're okay with just the way it is right now?
With the leaving the existing system as it is, yes.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, I asked Mr. Sharma about putting a car on the street. And if it's a brand new car, it's about 6 weeks. If it's one that's been out last year and sitting, could be a week to 2 weeks. If a driver was to buy a brand new car and come to you and say, I want to be a driver for your company, how much do you have to put into that car? Or does the driver put in the cameras, the mirrors, the plates, the shields, the red buttons?
The driver has to acquire all of that equipment. And then if he's never operated a taxi 24/7, there's a pretty steep learning curve on how you go about doing that and having enough funds in the bank if the transmission goes on day one. I guess if it's a new car, it wouldn't be a transmission, but if it was a total loss vehicle, a hit and run or something like that. So there's quite a steep learning curve to keeping all the pieces together to operate that business 24/7 to be out there serving the public.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I had a car and I wanted to equip it to serve the public as a cab driver, how much would it cost me besides the car?
The equipment varies from fleet to fleet, but I mean, at a minimum, you're probably looking at $2,000.
Sorry?
Maybe in the range of $2,000. It depends if you have to acquire a paint job or not, but certainly the camera is probably the most expensive piece right now, at just under $1,000, depending on the U.S. dollar.
Okay. Okay, thanks. The other thing is, if you have 40, if this was to pass the way it is, 40%, 60% to brokers, the 40% would be 20, roughly?
18.
18, is it 18? Sorry. If those 18 drivers all decided to come to you as a broker and the other two brokerages, would you be allowed within your own rights to say, no, I don't want you?
Well, the lottery system has, it's really hard for lottery winners to get up and running because there's a steep learning curve and needs a lot of support, and our small business can't provide that support. So it would be unfathomable how to accomplish that, taking on a number of lottery winners.
But could you just say, no, I don't want you? I don't want to, no, you go somewhere else? And then the next guy could say, so we could have, as an example, we could have 18 drivers, Mr. Mayor, that go to brokerages, and the 3 brokerages in town say, no, we don't want you.
Well, every broker would have to make up their own mind, but
Exactly.
I mean, that could be possible.
That could be possible, yeah, okay. How long is it going to take you to put a car on the road? If I wanted one tomorrow, how long? If I said you had a lottery license and you have a vehicle all ready to go, bring it up to standard, how long would it take you?
Well, a lot of the equipment's on hand. The vehicles are, and the guys have the vehicles ready to roll. So, I mean, a week and a half sort of thing, they're good to go.
Thank you. One more thing. If I ask the driver, just the driver, to put a vehicle on the road, how long do you think it would take?
Well, if it's a driver or a lottery winner may not have any experience because it's a wide open lottery. A driver would have some knowledge of what the requirements are. So he probably could get one going in a month and a half, as earlier stated.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. I just want to clarify. You did indicate that if it's a new driver, they would still have to, some may not have their Class 4, so they would still have to go and get that. And then they would come back and then try and get a car ready. Is that accurate?
Well, they get their Class 4, and then they have to come to the city and apply and then do a criminal record check, which I'm not sure of the turnaround on that. There's been some folks that it's taken up to a month to get because of a vulnerable sector search. So they do go through those things. Then they have to acquire a car, determine what the requirements are under the bylaw to meet the standards, the year of the car, get the equipment, get the valid insurance, understand what's involved there, and plate the vehicle.
So through you, Your Worship, the question I have, though, is that with the Class 4, these drivers, once they have that, is there any questions asked about to look at their record of driving, their abstract, their driver's records, anything like that?
Each brokerage has probably a different situation, but they all need to be insurable under SGI. That particular winner would have his own insurance, but there would be some scrutiny at the brokerage of the driver record and looking for at-fault accidents and conviction tickets and whatnot.
So one more question through you, Your Worship. Just, I guess the question, and I'm struggling with, is the fact that you, the individuals can apply for the lottery. They don't have to have a Class 4, right, at all, have any kind of driving experience at all, just nothing. But if they win, then they have to go ahead and get this done. Is that accurate? So I guess as a broker, when you've been handling these lottery licenses for the past, how many years?
Well, the seasonals have been in place for about 40 years.
40 years,
yeah.
Okay. Have you awarded them to experienced drivers?
Typically, what a brokerage does is roll them out to the owners on their fleet, and the owners then deal with that. And it's usually people who have experience driving in the industry. If they are a newer driver, then the person that's operating that seasonal license mentors them to give them that experience, which that's one of the pieces that's going to be missing if it's a wide open lottery and the majority of the winners have no experience. That mentorship that piece is gone. There's nobody there to kind of help them through it. Brokerages don't have the capacity of manpower to do it, so they're going to be kind of lost out there to find someone to help them get this going.
So what you're indicating that they could get this license, this lottery license, come to the broker, work under the broker, but the broker then will not be able to provide any extra help to get them on the road to get going?
It's the lottery winners. The lottery system to date has been very labor intensive at each brokerage to try to get the folks up and running. So handling one or two may be possible, but 18 is just it's overwhelming to get to. And then the thing is, the timeline would be so tight to try to deliver that service to the public in October. The results would not be good.
And one last question. I've had many residents, as this has been discussed around the city, and so the question is that as a broker, I guess, are you responsible to ensure the cleanliness of the cabs, that they are getting their yearly checkups, the tires are good, providing the service? Like who actually follows up to ensure that this is all being done?
Yeah, the broker kind of keeps the overarching. They know the dates of when inspections and whatnot are due, and then they work with the owners to say, you know, what's your timeline, where are you working on with this, and then if there's any customer complaints dealing with cleanliness, conduct of the driver, those sorts of things, working with the owner to say, look, this is a complaint, what's the other side of it? There's always two sides, and then trying to get a resolution for the customer in that regard. And then if it's a vehicle that needs attention, then the broker works with the owner to do the follow-up to ensure that's done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barshani. Councillor Young?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, thank you, Mrs. Archibald, for being here. I am reading from page 63 of the Monday report, and it says all future decals, seasonal and annual, should be awarded by lottery to current drivers or brokers with 2 or more years of taxi driving experience in Regina. Are we not talking about seasonal licenses here? Would you agree that we're talking about seasonal licenses?
That's what we're talking about, a seasonal licenses,
well, this report clearly comes down on the side of a lottery for that. And I just wanted to clarify that so that we all understood that. If you have all of the seasonal licenses to distribute as a broker, how do you make the decision on who gets those licenses?
Well, the Monday report, you're right, said all future decals, seasonal and annual, not the existing seasonal, future seasonal would be awarded by lottery. That statement is correct. At each brokerage, there's a system of allocating the licenses, rolling them out to owners on a rotational basis. And typically, if an owner owns one license, every other year he'd operate a seasonal license. If an owner happens to own 2, he might operate one each year. And then he would have folks that he usually works with. Some people come into the industry just for the winter, and they have long-standing relationships with these owners, and they come in and then they operate those seasonals. So they've got that experience on a rotational basis. With one guy, we have one fellow. He coaches referees soccer all summer long, and then in the winter, this is something he does. So those are long-standing relationships. There's also drivers who've expressed interest in operating a license, and they have some experience. They've been operating for a year or 2 or 3 or 4, and then they're a candidate as well if they're interested in it.
And are all those rules that you use for giving out the seasonal licenses written somewhere, or do you have the ability to pick and choose so people don't know if they have a chance to get it or not?
Well, each brokerage operates differently, and you want people to work with the brokerage, and have experience to deliver service to the customer. The end user is what each brokerage is looking to serve, is that end user, because hopefully in a cold winter, our business increases.
And one of the things I think you mentioned at the last meeting was that if it's a lottery, it reduces the amount of time you have to prepare the driver and the taxi and to get the seasonal licensed people on the road. Is that correct? Did I hear you say that last time, that that's one of the issues with a lottery, is the time frame for being able to make your long-range plans with school divisions and things like that? Oh,
yeah. If you're looking at a lottery every year, it's just not predictable. You can't run a business that way. Okay. You need predictability. And, I mean, we're so far, it's so late in this season now that we've lost the predictability. We've lost the ability to plan. We've lost the ability to purchase cameras. All those things have gone. So everybody's going to be scrambling.
Couldn't you overcome the lateness of the season in the future, though, by doing the lottery earlier in the season so that you had plenty of time to know what you have, so that you could then make those contracts with corporations and businesses?
Well, typically the major users want 3, 5, 7 year predictability. So it's not done every year. So a lottery's a gamble, and it's a gamble every year trying to plan around that.
And then isn't one of the things that the lottery hopes to bring about here is that the brokers will work well with their drivers so that they can depend upon them staying with them? Or on the other side, can't some of these seasonal licenses be held for like 5 years so that you can predict?
I think the recommendation is for 3 years.
Well, 3 years.
But there's no they don't have to stay at one brokerage or another, or they may not be successful after year one. So, I mean, there are a lot of unknowns in this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at Executive Committee Report 80 on the taxi bylaw review. Before I turn it over to Deputy Mayor to introduce the report, does the administration have any comments on the taxi bylaw report? None? Okay. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you, Worship. I rise bringing report CR 17-80, taxi bylaw review. At the July 5th meeting of Executive Committee, members heard from a large number of stakeholders in the taxi industry. There was a lengthy discussion period surrounding this report, and the committee moved that the recommendation before you be provided to Council for consideration at this meeting. So, Your Worship, I move that the recommendation contained in report CR 17-80, taxi bylaw review, be concurred in.
Okay, you have a second for that, please? Okay. Councillor Murray. So we're looking for speakers to the report. Anybody who wants to speak to the report? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This has been a long debate, sometimes difficult debate. I'd like to move an amendment. Okay. And I'll put the amendment, but I'd like for other councillors to have an opportunity to speak, Your Worship, so that perhaps you may wish to hold it till the end of the debate. I don't know, but I'll move the amendment in any event. And it's a simple amendment. 1A, Roman 1 of the recommendation of the Executive Committee currently states that seasonal licenses be issued with 60% being allocated directly to brokers and 40% issued through an open lottery, with the lottery licenses issued renewable up to 3 seasons. And the amendment is simply that we reverse those numbers, 40% being allocated directly to brokers and 60% through an open lottery. Okay. And I really only have
Go ahead. Continue.
I really only have 2 arguments that I want to make in this change. This construction was put in place at the motion of Councillor Mancinelli in an effort, a laudable effort, to try and find some way out of a difficult situation. My concern is that the current 40-60 division doesn't give sufficient fairness to the brokers. And I just want to say this about fairness. The whole direction that we've heard about is in favor of a lottery system. New licenses are are given under a lottery system. Saskatoon, they use a lottery system. And there's just something fundamentally fair about a city that's giving a privilege to run a business, to make that business open to everybody who's qualified to carry that business out. And the Paris principle is that simple. And you may say, well, how do we know we're qualified? Well, SGI qualifies people. They give out Class 4 driver's licenses. Class 4 driver's licenses can drive a taxi. They can drive an ambulance, in fact. Also, the administration, when it made its initial recommendation here, after lengthy and thorough study, said the lottery system is a fair system. So I want to stress fairness, but the second point, Your Worship, and this is my final point on this, is to give Councillor Mancinelli said, and I think he was correct on this last meeting, that this is really, in effect, an experiment. We want to give an experiment to give a chance to a new way of thinking without causing chaos. And I believe that if we're going to have a fair experiment here, if it's going to be a valid experiment, if we're going to be able to learn from the experiment, then we at least have to have 60% of the drivers eligible in a lottery system, because after all, this is an experiment about the lottery system. So for those 2 reasons, first of all, because I think it's important to be fair here to the drivers. These are the bottom rung in terms of the taxi industry. The people that are working the hardest have the least. In terms of fairness to them, and in terms of having a good experiment that will get a fair and complete read from, I think that the numbers should be reversed. So I'm proposing by way of amendment that it's 40% to the brokers, 60% to the drivers. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I have a seconder for that amendment. Councillor O'Donnell seconds it. Speakers on the amendment, and that would be that the brokers have 40% and open lottery systems at 60%. We're reversing those percentages. On the amendment, speakers. Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Yes, on the amendment, I totally disagree with this amendment. Simple fact is, if this is an experiment, then my experiment would also be that I want to raise Councillor Hawkins' taxes by 30% and reduce Councillor Findura's taxes by 40%. And we'll try it for 3 years. See how that works. I'm sure that would not go over well with Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Findura might be happy, but we have 3 viable brokerages in business today that have been in business for years. They've obviously done things right. They've gotten the lottery system. It's working. My actual amendment was going to be coming up that we change the 60-40 and leave it status quo, because as the city has been going on, this system that was in place, the Monday report says this system that we had in place was working. Going forward, any new lottery licenses go to the lottery system. I don't disagree with that. That's the playtime. We're affecting jobs, we're affecting lives. We sat here and we talked and we listened to the delegates talk about how they're making less than minimum wage. This isn't going to solve it, because now they have to come up with a car. They have to come up with $2,000 to $3,000 to equip that car. How at a minimum wage are you going to buy a $22,000 vehicle and put in $2,000 to $3,000 worth of equipment to run a business that you say you're only making minimum wage on? I don't get that. I don't get that math. So my recommendation, and I don't know how I can change this, maybe we have to vote this one down, or if it gets approved, I can then amend it again. I'd like to know procedure.
Procedure, you're dealing with an amendment right now. We'll deal with the amendment on the floor. Afterwards, when it's your turn to speak, you can move an amendment if you want.
Okay.
But I want to remind everyone, on amendments, you have 3 minutes to speak, and I'm going to hold you to 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm good. No, I totally disagree. Like I said when I first got up here, I don't agree with this at all. I actually didn't agree with the 60-40 at the time. I went with it because I thought maybe it's worth something. But after listening to even Councillor Young talk to Miss Archibald about process, about planning, budgeting, maintaining businesses, as I referred back in at executive, the brokers are buying the barbecue, and now the drivers want to come and barbecue their hot dogs in there for nothing, and they don't have any skin in the game, and the brokerages are putting all the money up front. Office buildings, rent, staff, dispatch systems, all of that is part of what the brokerage does. Don't agree with this at all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the amendment? Sorry, Councillor Stevens, you got to look at this first. Councillor Stevens, you got a few minutes. Go ahead.
Speaking in favor of the amendment for a couple of reasons. First off, I think this more closely aligns with what administration had been tasked to bring before us. And again, we're kind of going, I think this is what, like hour 13 of this conversation, if we include the committees. What was actually found in that research is that none of the catastrophes that we've been presented with today actually unfolded in these lottery systems. There are different lottery systems for sure, but we asked repeatedly, what are the consequences? In fact, at many of the meetings, we had pressed the brokers and others, what evidence do you have that this is going to result in a financial catastrophe? No evidence was summoned. It's the same argument over and over again, suspicion. Again, the evidence that was brought forward was clear and consistent with other jurisdictions. The other thing I'd like to mention about the Monday report, there seems to be some convenient cherry picking about that report. If anyone's gone through it, it says many illuminating things about labor relations in the taxi industry, about unfair labor practices, about the need for more oversight and for the city to actually recover more revenue and to regulate brokers and the system more extensively. So we can't cherry pick the Monday report and find the clauses that are more effective for us. Administration came before us with an incredibly well thought out, detailed report. We deviated from it. It was a wholesome democratic discussion, but I'll support this amendment because it brings us closer to where it was initially. Having a question for administration. Where does this leave us with regards to the bylaws that we're going to be discussing later on tonight regarding the implications of the report.
Mr. Enright?
Through your worship, I'll ask City Solicitor to comment.
Mr. Solicitor.
Your worship, members of council, the instructions from the recommendations from the executive committee report are what have been used to draft the bylaw, which is in the council package tonight. If this amendment was to be approved, it would be a simple change to one section of the bylaw. We have, so it would be a fairly simple drafting change. It could be done on the floor of council tonight. There would need to be a slight adjustment because the wording in the bylaw does not talk about 60 and 40. It talks about a formula. So the numbers in the bylaw that's in the package are slightly different. So if there was to be a change to the percentages, the wording in the bylaw would have to be adjusted accordingly.
Thank you.
But there would be, to be clear here, there'd be no delay in passing of the bylaw tonight on this percentage change.
Great, thank you. That's what I need to know.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor O'Donnell, you did have, do you want to speak? Okay, for some reason yours turned off, but I'll give you the floor.
Thanks very much. I want to be very brief because I am just going to speak to the amendment. I wish to speak to the main motion when it's passed. Similar to Councillor Stevens, I feel very clearly that this is closer to the original recommendation. I was comfortable with the original recommendation, but more clearly tonight I also heard from a number of the delegations and speakers that spoke to compromise that they could live with this. I think this is fair. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I could not support this just because of the fact that I have met, and many of us councillors have met with many of the non-union, union brokers, drivers. And I think the one thing that was consistent, when I met with the brokers, it was evident that there is a customer service that we need to provide to the end users. And that's, we've talked about the drivers and the whole industry, but we haven't talked a lot about the passengers tonight. And that is who it is about. We are here to regulate, to ensure that we've got our passengers here that are going to get good service and it's going to be safe. So again, when you hear from the brokers, that they have to ensure they've got a business to run. They've got to make sure they get to the hospitals. They've got contracts with the school divisions. So they have to ensure the end user that they can be committed to do this. Now, the concern I have is the fact that, and I'll address it later, so I'll keep it short, but I think the main thing here is we have to keep the resident here in the forefront and understand that they have a business to run, and to ensure that they can run that business, they need to have staff to do it. So I'll leave it there. So I will not be able to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Van Der, can you take a seat, please? Were you on? Oh. The floor is yours, Councillor Young.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to support this amendment, and I agree with Councillor Hawkins that if we're going to have an experiment, that we should make it so that it will be a real experiment, and the 60-40, changing it from 40 to 60, would actually do that. The other thing is that I think it's all about the customer. I think when you make significant changes like this, it requires everybody to step forward, and the bottom line is the service to the customer, and I think that the customer will benefit from this just as the drivers will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers? Councillor Van Der, if you could take a seat, please.
Your Worship.
So, Deputy Mayor, I'll be brief and say I'm going to support the recommendation of the amendment, and I thank Councillor Hawkins for bringing this forward. I, too, believe it's a balanced approach here, and many of the delegations said they felt that a split was acceptable. They wanted to see all for brokerages or all on lottery system, but many said they could live with us. And if there's one thing I can tell you, we all know about the taxi industry, it is a polarizing, difficult industry to navigate and try to find compromise. So I thank Councillor Massanelli, the executive, to bring this idea forward of a compromise. Councillor Hawkins brings us to, I think it's a more refined process for me. I will accept that. It is not a perfect solution, but it is one that I think has the seeds for compromise, which I think we all want to see at the end of the day, is a compromise that works. I know that there is an amendment that was put forward at the last meeting, which will be talked about. It was a report back to Executive Committee after 1 year of this new system. That was assuming there would be all lottery, which is what was recommended. That recommendation stands. So we'll get a report back in 1 year that will talk about how did it work. And if we need to look at it again to alter it, to change it, I think we're all open for that conversation. But I will support the amendment. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close debate?
Your Worship, I'd just like to say that I appreciate the comments. I especially appreciate the comments that were made with respect to bringing this matter closer to the administration and with respect to creating a viable and useful experiment. So with that, I'll close the debate.
Close debate. Okay, we all know what the amendment is. I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Motion's carried. All those opposed? Sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. Motion is accepted. So we'll go back to the original speakers. Councillor Hawkins, you have about 1 minute and 30 seconds on your 5 minutes on the main report. So if you want to continue on.
I'll just say, Your Worship, that I support the motion as amended. It's before Council.
Thank you. Other speakers to the motion as amended? Okay. Councillor Murray?
Through Your Worship, I have questions for the City Solicitor, actually, in regards to some of the legal questions that had been raised by delegations. If you could just speak on that.
Do you want to be specific on what you're looking at?
Just some of the legal ramifications that were brought forward by Ms. Archibald in her presentation.
Mr. Murray?
Your Worship, members of Council, the delegation spoke to several things. There was a request to table the bylaw tonight in order to allow for the delegation to obtain a legal opinion on that. That was the request of the delegation. Wasn't in the written material that was provided. It would be difficult for me to provide a really fulsome discussion about this on the floor of Council, but what I did hear the delegation suggest, reading between the lines, is the possibility of a challenge to the process that has been followed by Council should it decide to proceed with this. And it could be that there is a challenge based on the evidence that's before Council should it decide to move in the direction that is being recommended here. That's about all that I can say, and there are processes in place for bylaws to be challenged in the court system. So I don't know if that's sufficient for the purposes, but we are here tonight in support of administration's recommendation that there is a defensible position. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is nothing in this recommendation about a report coming back to us on this experiment. Do we need to add this?
Yeah, indeed, there is. It should have been included, but it will come back in 1 year, I believe. To the clerk.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Councillor Young, my office made an inadvertent error. We missed the motion that the mayor made at the executive committee, whereby he asked for a report to come back by, I think it was Q3 or Q2 of 2018. So when the revised minutes are produced, we will ensure that that is on there. But the deputy clerk has the mayor's motion if we want to read it into the record. But I can assure you that the mayor did make that motion. We missed it.
Thank you. If you're going to have an experiment, then you need to know how it worked.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers on the main motion as amended? Councillor Bresciani? Actually, okay, sorry, that's okay. You guys are tied, but I'll give it to Councilor Bresciani. I can do it. No, you're up. You go. No. I'm saying Councilor Bresciani. I've made my ruling. Councilor Bresciani, you're up.
Okay, thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. So we're back to the main motion, right?
Yes, as amended, that's correct.
So I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I do want to talk briefly. I do agree with the safety portions that we've talked about in the cameras and looking at all of the safety options. I support that. One of the areas that I'm struggling with is the experience. And many of us have raised it. And I guess the question I have for administration and is that in the Monday report, it did come forward and it asked for 2 years experience in driving and then I think it was 6 months in Regina. That was the report that we paid a lot of money for. And so I guess that was the recommendation that they had indicated in there. Why was it decided that we thought that zero experience was needed? Just to clarify.
Mr. Onright.
Through your worship, I'm going to ask Ms. Schakowsky to comment, and then I will ask Ms. Atchison to also comment from our legal.
Through you, your worship, administration believes that this approach to not introduce a barrier for those to enter the lottery is the most fair and transparent process. That way we're not eliminating those that may have experience from industries in other locations or individuals that have operated in a similar service, such as a limousine, bus operator, or charter operators that have gained the same type of experience that a taxi driver would bring to the industry, as well as these individuals as well.
Thank you for that. I think one of the points I'd like to make, though, is in other municipalities, they have asked for experience. And I've made many phone calls, talked to many other cities as well, and they feel it's very, very important because it's seasonal. We're talking from October until March. It's winter. We get individuals, how it sits now, how this bylaw sits right now, is that anyone could come here from a hot country, never ever seen snow before. They could apply, win the lottery, go write their class 4, and guess what? Come back and be a driver if they win that lottery. And the concern I have is for the residents. The concern I have is for the people of Regina that are hopping in those cabs. And as a council, we are here to ensure there is safety. Now, we can say, yeah, let's be the training ground of Saskatchewan for the whole province. Let's be the training ground for taxi drivers. We've heard from the taxi drivers. We've heard from the brokers. We've heard from the industry itself, non-union and union, other municipalities, Edmonton. You have to be a current taxi driver. Edmonton, same thing, 1 year driving in Alberta. Calgary, same thing, a taxi license. Red Deer, the same thing. Saskatoon, 3 years experience. 3 years. So I guess why I ask is that we asked for none. We asked for zip, nothing. And the recommendation made that we probably paid a lot of money for, we're not supporting that. So I am struggling with the fact that as we move forward, I would like to bring a motion.
You introduce an amendment?
Yes, an amendment,
okay.
Yeah. That, and depending on how it goes tonight, the amendment would be, and I guess this wouldn't affect, and I want to be clear with that, it would not affect the motion moving forward tonight, that administration provide the report therefore, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be November, it would be Q2 18. Sorry about that. Yeah. And immediately be brought back to protective and community protective services. The driver experience criteria used in other municipalities with respect to the issuance of seasonal taxi licenses, and whether the City of Regina's criteria is reflected in the industry standards used throughout Canada, and recommend any bylaw changes with respect to the driving experience criteria based on the research. I would also like to also add in there the accessibility. Is that one in there? What's that? Is the accessibility one there?
Yeah, it's on the bottom.
Yeah, the review of accessible taxi service, which in the industry we heard through many meetings that the accessible was, through the lottery system, was very, there was many issues with it, and we would like a report back for that one.
So seconded for the amendment. Okay, Councillor Bryce. Speakers to the amendment. Councillor Massanelli.
I'd just like to say I think the amendment's a good amendment, and I think there's good questions to ask.
Okay, thank you for that. Other speakers on the amendment? I'm going to call a question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Berchan, you have about a minute to go on. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, you're
Thank
finished?
you.
Okay. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much.
I'll do it. There you go. It's on now.
I'm on. Thanks very much. So just on the main motion one, I point out that for the most part, there was very little discussion both from delegations and from the floor of council, just the same as it was an executive committee on the other recommendations beyond the lottery. So I hope that we will, in fact, I did hear some comments both at executive here that those seem to be fine and acceptable. So please keep that in mind when you're voting. I'm going to be a little cruel here for a moment. I actually don't believe we should be having this discussion anymore. I liked one of the comments from one of the delegations, Mr. Sharma. I do believe there should be a committee. But I don't think the committee should be here. I think the committee should be within the industry. I think you need to get together and be an organized group. I think you need to be a together group. And I think you should be a united group. That's really how I look at it. I think part of the problem was that, and in particular at executive and many others, we keep hearing divergent views and, quite honestly, people bashing one another. And I think we're way past that in life. So I really do think you need to get together a little bit. I think this is a step forward. I think this is reflective of customer service. So I'll make my comment on customer service. My view is that if you are a business, you need to attract employees. You need to treat your employees very well, and you need to make sure that they're looked after. And when you do that, they will also reflect your business and attract other customers. I think that's where it begins, and that's part of it. And so I think that's one of the things that need to be worked on. I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the main motion? Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Through you, this would actually be.
You already spoke once already.
Did I?
On the main motion.
I did.
You did indeed. So you can't do it again, even though you tried to slip one on me.
That's all right. I'll get some.
You'll get on the next time. Okay. So, Councillor Bryce, I believe you're.
I was, but okay.
There you go.
There we go. I just have a question that was brought up by one of the delegations for administration. They spoke about the audio recordings and the legality of that. I noticed that in the report it did ask that it was brought forward by the Regina Police Service. So have we talked about privacy around those audio recordings?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Schakowsky to comment, but I'll also ask for the city solicitor to comment.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through you, your worship. Yes, the interpretation was that there was no expectation of privacy in the public, within public transportation, and currently in all the taxis that we do have them all labeled at every entrance to the taxi cab, identifying that the vehicle may be under video and audio surveillance currently at this point.
Okay. I just want to voice my concern, and the delegation have concern about it as well, that to me there's a privacy issue, especially in accessible taxis where you may be talking about medical issues with people in the taxi. So I do have concerns about that, but I'll leave it as is if it's been looked into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. And regarding the this report and the whole thing here, I'm wondering, and I'm going to ask administration, I want to know if we can split out, when we do go to a vote on this, 1AI as its own vote and the rest of the bylaw as a second vote. Because I think we're all in agreement about everything but 1AI. And I think I would like that set out as a specific only. And then the rest of the bylaw, it looks like and sounds like everybody's pretty much in agreement with all of that.
You can do that, Councillor Flagler. Just a reminder that the floor of this council actually voted to change this already. So, but we can still have a separate vote if you like.
Change what?
We've already voted to change the recommendation.
Yeah,
from...
no. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm going to have to live it. I'm not just saying I want to change.
No, you want to separate it out.
I just want to separate it.
And I said you can do that, but keep in mind we just voted to actually make the change. But we still can do it if you like. Yes.
To change just
from
the numbers.
60-40 to 40-60.
Yeah, no. I don't. Whatever. We can deal with that, but it's the rest of the bylaw that I want to have separated from that. Now, I asked the question before, but I'll ask it now, and I didn't really get an answer. Can I make an amendment to that 1A1 and go to from 40-60, change it to 100?
No, you can't.
Okay, I wanted to ask. Okay, I'm good with that. Now, my other question is, and it wasn't brought up tonight, but it has been over the last CPS executive, is GST for a driver. Are we asking that drivers, when they apply for a lottery license, have a GST number?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. And if so, why not?
Through your worship, no, we do not.
May I ask why we don't?
I don't think we have the authority to do it.
Through your worship, I will ask Ms. Schakowsky to comment.
Please, thank you.
Schakowsky?
Through you, your worship, the GST would be a requirement under the CRA regulations and not something that the city is in control of.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Can't hear what you said. Sorry, if you could repeat it.
The GST regulations would be something that was monitored through CRA and not the city of Regina. Could you hear?
Yeah. So when the brokerage comes calling or the owner comes calling, do they have to supply us with the GST number?
Mr. Schakowsky?
Through you, no, we do not collect that information. We are just licensing the taxi driver when they have a Class 4 driver's license and meet the other requirements in the bylaw.
Okay. No, I just wanted clarification because that was something that was discussed at the executive and the two CPSs that we had discussions about this. Like I said, I'm pretty much in favor of the whole thing except for the 1A1, which I voted against, because I still believe that the broker is the glue that holds the taxi industry together, because they are the ones that, as I said again, have the dispatch systems, have the phone numbers, have the buildings, have the facilities, have everything there for the drivers to come to work and make a living. And that's where, again, I revert back to the hot dog stand with the barbecue. It's a simple analogy. And, you know, if you have skin in the game, you have a vested interest, you want to put money forward. And you know what? I don't disagree that the drivers should be out there trying to make money, but at some point, they're going to have to put skin in the game if they want to advance themselves like everybody does in any business. I'm a realtor as well, and before I go to work, it costs me $2,000 a month. I don't sell anything, I don't make any money. If they don't drive, they don't make any money. I'm out $2,000, I don't know what they're out. But if I go to work, prove myself, build my business, build it, get further advancements, I can make some money and pay my own bills. So I believe that I just totally don't agree with the 1A1 and taking away more money from the organization that's supporting the drivers and the owners and the brokers. So I'm going to disagree with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Next speaker is Councillor Fundura. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I voted against the split of 40% for the driver, and the 60% for the driver and 40% for the broker. I was satisfied with the 60-40 split. As it was brought. First of all, I supported from the very beginning the 100% 49 licenses going to the broker, and the brokerage is distributing. As I remember coming from all the way back, when Monday spent a year running around the city, shadowing drivers and shadowing businesses and all that. I feel, and discussion about Monday, it talks about lottery, but it talks about lottery going into the brokerages and brokerages starting out with the lottery. But we'll leave it at that. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I thought the 60-40 was a fair split. We had difficulty deciding either 100% here and 0 here. And so I was trying to figure out a balance. And I thought 60-40 was a balance. I did not vote for the amendment, but I feel that I think we've done enough. I believe let's this thing go forward, and let's hear in a year what happened. As the delegation mentioned, I had to dig deep to learn about the taxi industry. I have no idea. I have no idea how the taxi industry works. I'm not in that business, so I feel uncomfortable deciding here for someone's future. But here, no here, there, or the setting up a committee, great idea in the industry itself. So I would feel that as we go to the future, that the industry gets the taxi industry in their own hands and decide without us judging, being the judges here. I would let us see the people that know what they're doing, they're in the business, to decide with the business. But majority rules. I have one vote. I am satisfied. Not much else you can say. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Other speakers on the report as amended? You've just closed debate on this, so there are no speakers. I'm going to call the question. We'll split out as Councillor Flake has asked for. The first vote will be recommendation number 1A, Roman numeral 1. This is where we reverse the information here to 60% to 40% to brokers and 60% to open lottery. That is now the amendment on the floor. Just that one alone. All those in favor of that? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Now I'd like to, unless I've got a direction otherwise, I'll call for the balance of the recommendations in the report. Councillor Brashani?
The experience, can we?
That's already included.
That was the
included
criteria. Okay.
That'd be actually confirmation. That's already accepted in there.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
I'm going to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great work, everyone. That's very good. So we'll go on to the bylaw now. In its second reading, Councillor Fundura, I want to ask you to amend the 1A1 to reflect the change that we made tonight. And I think that Erna will have it on the screen for you if you could just read that when we get to second reading. Okay. So if you want to begin on first reading.
Okay, I moved, seconded by Councillor Flagel, that bylaw number 2017-26 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. For second reading. It's the bylaw.
Good.
We did. We voted on each one. The bylaw's for everything. No. No, we can't break the bylaw. It's a bylaw, it's the bylaw. Second reading.
So, Your Worship, I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2017-26 be read a second time with the amendment for 1A1, numeral 1 for 40-60 split.
Okay. Call the question on second reading. This reflects the report that we just passed. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Fundura.
I move, seconded by Councillor Brasciani, that Council hereby consent with bylaw number 2017-26 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? bylaw won't be considered until August. Okay, so I'm wondering if now it's time to take a few minutes break. If a motion to. Oops.
Request, please, for a break.
10-minute break. Seconder? Councilor Barshani, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Back in 10 minutes, everyone. So I'd like to call the meeting back to order if I could, please. If I could ask everyone to please take their seats. If I could ask everyone to please take their seats, we'd like to reconvene the meeting. So let me use my gavel. Could happen. Thank you, everybody, for the indulgence for Council to have a few minutes break between our reports. We have a number of delegations related to the Sanctuary City Access Without Fear issue motion from Councillor Stevens. I'll go in order of delegations as presented. The first delegation, D 17-87. Barb Didi, please. You could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Your Worship, City Councillors, and my councillor, Jerry Flagel. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Barb Didi, and I'm President of Saskatchewan Association on Human Rights and Spring Free from Racism. I support and endorse this motion because of my years of experience of over 40 years working towards equality for all in human rights, women and laborers movement. I worked extensively with new immigrants, people of color, and people of many, many different cultures throughout these years, ensuring that they were welcome to Saskatchewan, assisting with housing, banking, getting children into schools, and learning Canadian culture. I've also been president of Regina Multicultural Council, board member of Multicultural Council of Saskatchewan, and presently an advisory member of the Intercultural Dialogue Institute. Because of my strong belief in principles in this area, and having experience with people who have lived in fear when they come to Canada because they may be deported or jailed. We have seen recently right here in Regina where there's so much violence towards Muslims. And I've been involved with some employers and co-workers who have chosen to abuse these individuals by their discrimination and racial actions. There has been bullying in schools towards new immigrant children. And when I suggested we talk to the authorities or the police, there is genuine fear. I went into the school system and talked about this discrimination, but we have to remember that racism is not something children have been born with. It is something they have been taught. Imagine being a Muslim woman who has been told she cannot wear her traditional clothing because if she does, she'll be fired. Or imagine looking into the face of a small child crying who has been scorned at and thrown on the ground because his English is not clear and needs to pray at certain times during the day. Fear of reporting these incidents is sometimes deep-rooted because of the countries that they've come from, and there's not freedom of speech or the type of control that the government has on people. We live in a democratic society, and it's time that we take action in our city to ensure our newcomers do not face barriers to any services or opportunities and can live without fear. Immigration status needs to remain private. All of these actions can improve how we treat our newcomers who bring so many resources to our city and cultural richness. These new immigrants are no different than our ancestors, our parents, our grandparents who came here. We need to ensure our employers are properly trained to accept and embrace new immigrants and families. Regina is a fantastic place to live with a growing diversity with so many opportunities. And we need to celebrate these new cultures, such as we do during the year with Spring Free from Racism, Family Day, Afrofest, Karasask, entertainment and food from around the world. And we need to stand together, ladies and gentlemen, to adopt this policy to have Regina become an access without fear city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sidai. I'm going to ask the Gower to please not participate in the discussion. You'll have your turn to speak, but to please sit back and listen. Thank you very much for that. The questions of the delegation. There are none. Thank you very much for the presentation. Move on to Our next delegation, I hope I get this right, Albert Ngui. If you could please come up. Identify yourself, who you represent. You as well have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council may have questions afterwards.
Hello, my name is Albert Newey, and I'm here as representative for Union Unifor Local 1S. I'm here today as a representative of Unifor Local 1S, a member of the Saskatchewan Federation of Labor Workers of Color Committee, and the Regina District Labor Council, a member of that as well, and a lifelong resident of the City of Regina. I come forward to you today to politely ask each councillor to please consider voting to accept the Access Without Fear motion that was set forward by Andrew Stevens last month, as these policies will help protect all immigrant, migrant, and refugee peoples in our diverse and vibrant community feel safe and live without fear of ever being reported while using our civic services. My union, Unifor, is recognized as a progressive national union, which represents approximately 310,000 working Canadians. I come forward to you today as a union representative of SaskTel employees who are members of Unifor's Locals 1S, 2S, and 3. And we are made up of executive and rank and file members who are committed to the issues of social justice. Unifor represents and applauds the efforts of cities and groups across Canada who are implementing sanctuary city status with a desire to create zones with policies in place to protect undocumented immigrants from unfair deportation or from being denied basic human rights such as access to housing, medical attention, police protection, and municipal services. The protection of stateless, undocumented victims of war, famine, and other calamities is an exceedingly complex social situation which will require a real plan of action and money. Canadians and would-be Canadians hopeful have the right to expect that legal immigration policies will not be damaged and that every measure available will be used to keep criminals from abusing our generosity. However, at the heart of the issue are the people caught up in the epidemic of refugee displacement and their desperate plight. And so, Unifor would like to support the concept of Regina's municipal government adopting a plan and recreating Regina as a member of a humanitarian movement referred as Sanctuary City, or Access Without Fear. We would like to see Regina take its place alongside places like Montreal and other great Canadian people-focused cities, as Regina is a city where every citizen should feel they can live without fear and a place where they can build a healthier, safer, and inclusive city. And so my union, Unifor, fully supports this motion. As an active citizen of this community, I also wanted to mention that I recently spoke to a very wise City of Regina ward councillor at a community meeting earlier to ask for his support on the motion, because I wanted to show him how diverse the people really are in our community. I chose to speak to him about this motion at the time because I wanted him to take a good look at the vast diversity of the people in his community. And he responded to me in a very moving and profound way. He gave me his card, and he pointed to the back of the card at the vision, which reads, Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity. And he highlighted and pointed to the word inclusive. So please, it's in your vision here, and I ask, so please, when you vote for this motion, to think of the core values of this motion, and remember that the core values also lie in the City of Regina's vision of being inclusive.
You have about 30 seconds left in your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions of the delegation? You made yourself very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Juliet Bushy. Good evening. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Absolutely, Your Worship, members of council, and my fellow Regina residents. First of all, I want to again acknowledge that we are in the Treaty 4 territory, and I thank the Indigenous people of this great nation for giving me especially the privilege and the opportunity as well to be here. My name is Juliet Bushi, and I'm actually a resident of Regina. I am also a University of Regina Faculty Association, member of the University of Regina Faculty Association. I'm also a member of the Saskatchewan Federation of Labour Workers of Color, and also the treasurer with the Regina and District Labour Council. So I really want to tell you what it feels like to get a letter from Citizenship and Immigration Canada, indicating that your work permit application has been denied simply because of a mistake you made in your application. I also want to tell you today what it feels like to actually get an impression of defeat, and yet somehow you have to again find a way to feed your family. Well, that happened to my husband actually in 2013. When we received this devastating news about his work permit, and also that resulted in him losing his immigration status and also ultimately his job for over 7 months. And for that period of time, my people, he could not work or even access city services or resources, and yet he paid his taxes. My husband actually graduated from the University of Regina with an engineering degree in electronics engineering. He also has a clean criminal record and also has contributed to the economic development of this city. He has also volunteered as a coach for the Northwest Community Soccer team, and also a mentor with the Regina Youth for Christ and numerous other organizations in the city. In 2013, however, things turned out for the worse as his immigration status was lost. He also had no identity and also felt like he was actually not needed in the same city that once gave him hope. We were scared and helpless. The feeling of knowing that you could be deported and may never return back to your family or friends is one feeling that I do not wish upon anyone. Immigrants, again, in this city have, again, contributed to the health and well-being and the general welfare of the city as families, as workers, as students, as neighbors. Immigrants and refugees, again, have contributed to the prosperity of the city of Regina as workers, as taxpayers. Inclusion and integration of all residents of the city is very significant for the general welfare of the city in all respects. Therefore, discrimination based on citizenship and immigration status is a chronic aspect of our lives for immigrants and refugees population in this city. Research has also shown that chronic discrimination actually leads to community disconnection, diminished opportunities for integration, increased stigmatization, fear, and greater incidence of health morbidity as well. So prosperity requires, again, harnessing all of city's available resources, the labor and skills and ideas to grow the city's economy and also expand opportunities. So every resident should be treated with compassion and respect, regardless of the national origin of citizenship and immigration status. Just a few history here that in 1876, John A. Macdonald of the Conservative Party actually introduced the Canada Immigration Program. And 3 years later, by 1879, that program actually was put into action. And a key aspect of this policy was actually to focus on immigration to supplement the sparse population of Western Canada, and also a call for higher tariffs on imported manufactured items to protect the manufacturing industry. By 1967, Canada's immigration policies, again, after the Second World War, led to introduction of the point system and also a gradual shift to immigrants selection.
You have
from
about
Europe,
half a minute to go. Tell your time's up.
Thank you. From Europe towards Asia and also other developing countries. Well, according to Tom Wang in 2016, a report actually from the Center of American Progress and the National Immigration Law Center, crime, again, is statistically significantly lower in sanctuary cities or provinces compared to non-sanctuary counties as well. Moreover, the economies are stronger in sanctuary counties, from higher median household incomes to less poverty and also less reliance on public assistance to higher labor force participation. The Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you if your 5 minutes is up. That's the rule of council. I'm sorry, 5 minutes for presentation, but there may be questions of members of council after. I do apologize for that.
Thank you.
We have read your material, so you know that. We're
Absolutely.
all aware of what's there. So.
Sure.
There's no questions. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. You mentioned in your submission that when your husband was out of work that he was not able to access city resources. So can you tell me what city resources that he wasn't able to access?
Well, he couldn't access, like he couldn't come to the city's center, for example, access the soccer stadiums or other resources or facilities as well that was actually operated by the city. He could not access them because he feared that they would ask him for his immigration status, his ID or immigration papers, the licenses and stuff. So he couldn't do anything pretty much, and he stayed home.
So just to clarify through you, Mr. Mayor, he didn't access the soccer facilities or city center facilities, not because he wasn't let enter them, but because he feared not being able to enter them?
Well, in order for you to access them, you need to provide some sort of identification, which is, again, at that time, he didn't have any driver's license, and his only ID would be his passport, international passport, or his immigration, his work permit.
Okay, I'll ask the administration when it gets to that point if somebody has to provide that type of information about themselves, but thank you for your submission.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You've been very helpful. Thank you very much. Next delegation is Livia Castellano. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. City Council, my name is Livia Castellanos. I am the Associate Vice President for International at the University of Regina. I came to Canada in 1998. I came as an international student, and after graduating with a law degree, I became very interested in international education and the impact that international education and international students have in Canadian society. I have been appointed to several universities in the past. I worked as an Associate Director for International Relations at the University of Alberta. I was also Director at the University of Winnipeg and also an Executive Consultant of Algoma University, Trent University, Lakehead University, the Edmonton Public School Board, and the University of Lethbridge as well in Alberta. I was recently re-elected to continue as a Board Director of the Canadian Bureau of International Education, CBIE, who's endorsing this motion today. CBIE is a national organization that represents Canadian education abroad and also advocate for the well-being of international students in Canada, as well as advocating for Canadian students seeking opportunities abroad. During my years of working in the field of international education, I have seen and I have had the contact with thousands of international students, immigrant families, and newcomers to Canada. Their incredible drive, their passion, their determination is admirable. They are talented, hardworking, smart people, and their experiences, I do believe, enrich tremendously Canadian society, including Regina and also Saskatchewan. My team and I are responsible to take care for more than 3,000 students at the University of Regina. These students are international students, newcomers to Saskatchewan, and permanent residents. In the past 7 years that I have spent working at the University of Regina, our office has seen many newcomers, children of newcomers, and international students who are fearful to access municipal services. They are fearful to access many services available for residents because they feel by doing will jeopardize their immigration status or will have negative impact in their future immigration applications. If they are temporary residents, such as international students, workers, visitors, or protected persons, which applications are on process. They are fearful that they will be discriminated against when accessing these services due to their immigration status in Canada, and they will be judged based on their skin color, the way they speak English, the way they dress, and their religious beliefs. I have seen students and immigrants who have been faced violence and discrimination in this city, and they are afraid of reporting it to the City of Regina Police and other services. There are young women, immigrants, and children who are abused and afraid to come forward because they believe this will prevent them from becoming in the future Canadian citizens. I have received multiple phone calls from people in neighborhoods in Regina complaining about the abuse that our international students are daily facing by landlords around the city by living in places that are not being the bylaws of the City of Regina. And I want to say that these are not our students calling my office. These are people who are well established in the neighborhoods of Regina calling my office concerned about the well-being of these individuals who are living in houses and in apartments that have been out of the blue built or provided to students as a housing. So I think it's important to mention that.
Ms. Carr, you have 1 minute to go
Yes.
on your presentation.
When we reach our students to come forward, they are fearful to do so. I think it is imperative for the City of Regina to revise its policies and to adopt a new service culture approach that will make Regina the best welcoming city in which newcomers, international students, and immigrants can access services without fear. I strongly believe that considering to adopt the motion to make the City of Regina Access Without Fear City will develop a culture that can be more inclusive, more understanding of different peoples with different values and beliefs. In addition, an active education campaign is needed to make sure that all residents, regardless of their status, know that they can access the services without fear. Without an education campaign and the knowledge, the official policies of openness are undermined. Furthermore, through the work that we do in UR International, we know that frontline employees can be trained to ensure that people who are fearful encounter the right kind of encouragement and support they need to access the services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm going to ask the galleries to please refrain from entering the debate. You'll have a chance to speak as your turn comes forward. Please do not do that. Are there questions of the delegation? You were very clear in your comments. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Hawkins, you do have a question.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Castellanos, I just have one question. It's this. When you're approached by students at UR International or university, and they say that they're fearful of accessing municipal services, what do you tell them?
I tell them to approach and that the culture that they bring from their countries and the fear that they bring from their countries is not the fear that they have to place here in Regina, because Canada is a multicultural, diverse country that is a democratic place where they will have their rights to be respected. However, this is not a matter of the services provided. I do believe it's the perception of the public about accessing these services because of the fear and also because of the cultural background that they have.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you share that information with them.
Of course.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Are there no other speakers? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. The next delegation are comprised of two people, Dr. Mahood and Dr. Kamrul. If you could identify yourselves for the record and who you represent, you have 5 minutes to speak as well, and there may be questions from council.
Hello, Your Worship, councillors. Thank you very much for letting us speak very briefly. We won't take up 5 minutes. I'm Dr. Sally Mahood.
I'm Dr. Regina Kamrul.
We're actually here to speak in support of a letter that was signed by 10 of the primary care physicians and nurse practitioner who work at the family medicine unit, which is just over in the old superstore. It's a primary care clinic that serves a patient base of about 7,000 Regina citizens, and it trains family doctors to the University of Saskatchewan. Our practitioners also work at a number of other facilities in the city. We work at the Women's Health Center, at Planned Parenthood Regina, at the Four Directions Health Center in North Central, at the Street Culture Youth Shelter, at a homeless shelter, and in the city's emergency departments. And it's in these settings that we see people with precarious immigration status who live in fear, and I think fear is the main word here. They are afraid of being fired from precarious employment, working under the table often and very vulnerable in their employment. They express fear about being evicted from what for many is substandard or dangerous even housing. If they complain or they report what's going on in their housing situation, they definitely express fear to us about reporting violence that they experience, often domestic but not always, to the police. They have tremendous transportation challenges. They don't have cars. They don't have city bus passes. They can't access paratransit services, et cetera, to get to health care. They have tremendous language barriers and have fears about accessing even the public library, which is where a lot of our ESL tutoring and access to information happens in the city, even the one place you can get free access to computers. They exclude themselves and, unfortunately, their children as well from a lot of the educational, recreational, fitness programs that the city has because they don't want to call attention to themselves and because they're afraid. There are many insecure and excluded people living in our midst, afraid to access services, even in urgent situations, for fear of repercussion. We are often, as physicians in the community, approached by mobile crisis, by immigration lawyers, for example, by many other agencies in the city to try to facilitate care of these patients. And sometimes it is about accessing health care, but believe it or not, it's often about accessing services that fall under the city's purview. I think we're just here to say that the city adopting the proposed resolution would at least allow some reassurance to these people. It would allow us as healthcare providers to advocate for them to come out of the shadows and establish, I think, for the city a safer atmosphere of acceptance, of assistance in trying to integrate these people into the community, which for us is the first step to health. Thank you. Dr. Cameron would like to.
I completely agree with the Sally.
You've got about a minute left. You can speak for about 1 minute, and your 5 minutes is up in total.
Okay, so I agree, Dr. Sally Mahout, what she encountered. Same practice we do, hold together. We do appear that there are lots of difficulties for the people to get access to those social determinant of health. This mainly can affect the people of the all over the Regina. So that's very important for us to adopt the city as a to access the fear. So fear is the main word in here. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. There may be questions of member council. I have one question, and you mentioned precarious immigration status. What does that mean?
Well, it means either you don't have any status. I've certainly had patients who are illegally here, who've crossed the border illegally, who might, and some of them ultimately do get refugee status. I have had patients who had work permits but lost them. I have had patients who had student visas that ran out and they weren't able to maintain. So precarious means a lot of things. There's no particular category that I could say applies to everybody.
So you read the motion from Councillor Stevens? Mm-hmm. His speaks of precarious yet legal status.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm in favor of us not making that distinction when we're trying to get people to access the services.
I'm just wondering if you know what that term means. That's all. I don't disagree.
Sorry. There is a difference, but my position would be we shouldn't ask.
Okay. Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Did you have a question? Actually, I'll ask you to come back because we do have a question from Councillor Flagel.
Didn't it show up?
I didn't see it, but now I see it. We do have a question. Councillor Flagel has a question.
Sorry.
You too? Hi, sorry.
Yeah.
Just a little technical difficulty, but let me clarify. You're asking if they're not getting health care services?
No, I'm saying healthcare is something we, as physicians, we definitely deal with people who don't have health care, but that's not what this resolution is about. A lot of the services that our patients are afraid to access are under the city's purview. I think the issue of getting people health care is a completely different issue, and one we also deal with, but we deal with fairly successfully.
Okay, in your profession, what city services aren't they getting?
Well, I think they're not accessing a lot of services because of their fear of being outed. Their fear of some are afraid of discrimination, some are afraid of, for example, a patient who's domestically abused is afraid of calling the police because it might impact on her ability to stay in the country or her husband's or partner's ability. Some of our patients would be afraid to access services at the library for fear they'd be asked what their immigration status is. I'm not saying this fear is necessarily based on actual exclusion, but I think that people who are living in this country precariously have tremendous fear of what could happen, and they basically try to hide and hope nobody notices them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could. So do you think that the fear is present-day fear or past fear that they had in their own country?
I think it's present-day fear.
So you don't think it has anything to do with the past?
Oh, I'm sure it has a lot to do with the past, but I don't think it's all about the past.
And do you believe that this motion, if I could, Mr. Mayor, and I'm just going to ask you because you've come forward and I just feel it's time to ask a question. Do you feel that this will trump immigration laws?
Trump immigration laws?
Well, basically,
not at all. Not at all.
I'm just checking.
No, not at all.
The reason I asked that is you said that you deal with people that are illegally here.
We do sometimes.
So what happens if the access is granted to them and then they're found to be illegal?
It doesn't make it. Getting access to health care has no implications for your immigration status, and I don't think that accessing city services would. That's a completely separate issue.
Okay. No,
yeah,
thank you.
I don't think it would trump it.
No, I wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. No other questions? Okay, we'll move on to our next delegation. Murtha Rivera. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. We'd like to acknowledge that we're standing on Treaty 4 territory, and thanks for listening to my presentation. My name is Murtha Rivera. I came to Canada in November 1975 as a political refugee from Chile after the military coup of September 11, 1973. My homeland was one of the few countries in Latin America that had a history of democracy and its best expression. When I left Chile, it wasn't because I chose to. My husband and I started a family. I was a preschool teacher and a performing artist and musician. My dream of a fair and just world for my son, then 1.5-year-old, was destroyed. I left everything behind because I wanted to save his life and mine. The experience that I had before coming to Canada, I don't wish on anyone, not even my enemies if I have any. I was a political prisoner under the military regime. I was tortured and raped for what I believe in, a free and just world for all. The many scars that I got then, they have healed, but not the ones that I still carry. The fears that sometimes trigger memories of the horrors I want to leave behind. In 1977, I was in a car accident here in Canada while I was driving with a learner's license, and a more experienced driver was sitting beside me. The accident was not my fault. When the police and ambulance arrived, I thought I was going to disappear. I thought, this is the end of the road. My mind was back reliving a nightmare. Now that many individuals have come to this beautiful city, we see yet another group of people coming here to look for freedom, a chance to start a healthy, meaningful life as I once did. They also have faced horrors and a lot of pain. One thing that most people here forget and don't know about us refugees is that even though we're far from the past, we still fear what will happen when we are in contact with the police and the needed services. Mainstream Canadians have no reason to imagine having to face torture or any violations of your person or your rights, because reality here is very different from the reality that many of us come from. It is not easy for me to believe that what happened to me before is never going to happen again. Today, my family is my two sons, 45 and 37-year-old sons, my wife, Jean, of 28 years, and I'm still working with individuals who are disabled. My work history here is I started in a daycare center, then I was a dishwasher to gain Canadian experience. I have worked 10 years in a shelter for abused women, where I witnessed firsthand how some of those women from other countries were so vulnerable and the objects of spousal and extended family abuse. I saw their bruises and I saw their tears because they were afraid of being sent back to their home countries. This was the threat their abusers used to intimidate them with. These were women who had escaped like me. One woman had been chained in the basement so she could not seek help. Another young woman had been burned with boiling oil in her hands and her feet so nobody will see the damages and she couldn't get away. I work at Regina Open Door. I'm also founded member of Women of Saskatchewan. I am very active volunteer in the community. I have volunteered at Regina Sexual Assault Line for 35 years. I volunteer at the AIDS program South Saskatchewan, then AIDS Regina. I volunteer now at Regina Fall Festival and many other places where I find individuals.
Left in your presentation.
Thank you. Who are vulnerable because of their conditions or status. Today, I'm very concerned that because of what is still happening in the world, families and individuals have to leave everything behind. Saying that Regina is very friendly is not enough. We need to welcome refugees by alleviating any fears that are still present in their lives. I support the initiative of Access Without Fear to make Regina a place where no one's fear will stop them from asking for help that they need, regardless of their status at the moment. I think there is no cost in making sure there are no second-class citizens and nobody is invisible and vulnerable to be taken advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Again, I'd ask the audience, please, to refrain from that. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Brashani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward and thank you for sharing your story and all of the experience and the work you've done in the community. Did you indicate that you worked at Open Door?
Yes.
Or you worked at Open Door? At Open Door, do they not provide a mentorship program there with newcomers coming here? And I think, is it for a year or two with a family from here? Do they do that, or did they do that when you worked there?
When we first started the Open Door Society, no, we didn't have that. It was just to make sure that you had a roof over your head, that you found a job. Even though we didn't have the language, they sent us to work without knowledge of the language. So no, they didn't.
Sorry, and how many years ago was that when you worked at Regina Open Door?
Let me see.
Just approximately, was it?
35 years,
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay, good, thank you. That might have changed now.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll go to our next delegation. I hope I get this correct. Shobna Radens, if you could please come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening. My name is Shobna Radens. I am Saskatchewan Federation of Labor representing postal workers, Secretary of the Regina and District Labor Council, and I'm the chair of the Saskatchewan Federation of Labour Workers of Colour Committee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue. The Saskatchewan Federation of Labour Workers of Colour Committee represents racialized workers across the province, both within our affiliate unions, memberships, and beyond. We are the voice of workers of colour of Saskatchewan, and we strive to improve the lives of people, of all people. We support the principles of social unionism and struggle for social and economic justice for all. The Saskatchewan Federation of Labour represents 100,000 workers across the province. We respect and applaud the efforts of cities and groups across Canada who are implementing access without fears status, with the desire to create zones with policies in place to protect undocumented immigrants from unfair deportation or being denied basic human rights such as access to housing, medical attention, police protection, and municipal services. The protection of stateless undocumented victims of war, famine, and other calamities is an exceedingly complex social issue which will require a real plan of action and money. Canadians and would-be Canadians hopefully have the right to expect that legal immigration policies will not be damaged and that every measure available will be used to keep criminals from abusing our generosity. However, at the heart of this issue are the people caught up in the epidemic of refugee displacement and their desperate plight. The Saskatchewan Federation of Labour Workers of Colour Committee would like to support the concept of Regina's municipal government adopting a plan and recreating Regina as a member of the humanitarian movement, referred to as Access Without Fear policy. We would like to see Regina take its place alongside Montreal, which most recently was the 4th city to declare itself sanctuary city, joining with Toronto, Hamilton, and London, Ontario. Currently, there are other great Canadian people-focused cities such as Calgary, Ottawa, Saskatoon, and Winnipeg, who are also considering motions to declare themselves a city that is access without fear. It would be great if Regina is declared the 5th city to be a place where every citizen should feel they can live without fear, and they can build a healthier, safer, and inclusive city. Saskatchewan Federation of Labour Workers of Colour Committee is in full support of the Access Without Fear policy as presented in the motion to the Mayor of Regina City Council on June 22nd, 2017. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there questions? Apparently there are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And we'll move on to our next delegation, Ted Gilletta. Mr. Gilletta, you don't have to run to the podium. It's okay. So I see you running every Sunday morning. I see this flash go right by me.
Sunday morning, I see you there. How many miles were you covering?
I'm still sore, but I know you're not.
Yeah.
Mr. Gilletta, if you, for the record, identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Forget and the City Council for this opportunity to speak in support of implementation of this Access Without Fear policy. My name is Ted Gilletta. I bring my thoughts on behalf of refugees within the city of Regina. I personally relate to the need to comprehensive policy as someone who came to Canada from Ethiopia more than 35 years ago. Throughout the years here, I have often said that Canada has given me a second chance at life. I'm ever grateful for that. I have been supported to find new friends and establish wonderful family roots here. I am also here to share that the path as a newcomer wasn't always the smoothest. There were a number of challenges along the way. That's why I encourage your reflection and adaptation of formal comprehensive policy measures to address concern of those newcomers to this city who start their new lives in this beautiful city just as I did decades earlier. I would like to move forward by acknowledging the effort that the Mayor and City Council have made to create a safe and inclusive environment for refugees and immigrants. On November 18, 2015, Michael Forget said, and I quote, "I have indicated that we welcome refugees and immigrants with open arms. That's an important element for who we are as a city and province." There is no question that this statement provided the foundation to make Regina a welcoming and safe city. I commend your efforts. I also believe there are a number of areas that new policy will provide clarity and guidance. For example, provide access to city administrative services regardless of immigration status, engage in collection of immigration citizenship information only when specifically required by provincial and federal law, maintain confidentiality for immigration citizenship information unless through the informed consent of the Regina resident whom it concerns, and conduct a review of services including community consultation and addressing many important topics such as improving access, identifying barriers, improving public education, training city personnel, and establishing a designated liaison. As we reflect on needs, there is a significant opportunity for us to work together and harder to alleviate the fear that many refugees experience. I urge the Mayor, the City Council to support the Access Without Fear motion and thereby have the City of Regina join the 300 jurisdictions across North America that have officially adopted sanctuary city and access without fear policies. I believe these steps will mitigate the insecurity and exclusion experienced by immigrant and migrant communities in Regina and improve the security of our city in so many ways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard, for your comments. Any questions of the delegation? Well, thank you very much. You've been very clear.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Emily Eaton. Ms. Eaton, if you could come forward, identify yourself for the record who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well.
Hi, my name is Emily Eaton. I'm here representing a diverse group of local citizens who have been working with Councillor Stevens to have the City of Regina become an Access Without Fear city. This motion is the result of a lengthy consultation process with local community groups, agencies, and individuals. We are excited to be here today along with people from many different community groups who are working to make Regina a welcoming, inclusive city, not just in name, but as part of official city policy. One of the first agencies we reached out to regarding Access Without Fear was the Regina Police Service. Back in April, our group met with Police Chief and Vice Chief and heard that newcomers in our city are sometimes reluctant to report emergencies and crimes. This was also confirmed by the Regina Professional Firefighters Association, who have endorsed the motion, and it was also expressed by newcomers themselves. Our outreach included numerous meetings and conversations with frontline groups, such as the Immigrant Women's Centre, the Regina Open Doors Society, the Regina Public Library, the YWCA, the University of Regina's International Office, and many, many more. Many of these organizations confirmed the need for this motion and signed on to endorse the campaign. All in all, we found a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for the motion, which I think you can see tonight by the number of people who have come to speak to you directly, some engaging in civic politics for the first time. Now, some councillors have argued that municipal services in Regina are already open to all newcomers, and Regina is already in practice an Access Without Fear city. It is true that municipal service providers do not inquire or report on residents' immigration status, and we commend our city's municipal services for their forward thinking in this regard. However, as we've heard from speakers tonight, it is incorrect to claim that barriers do not exist, whether real or perceived. If Regina residents are not aware of this informal practice, how can they be expected to conduct their lives in accordance with it? Because this informal practice is not official policy, because people are not aware of it, we are not benefiting from it as we should be. By voting for this motion, you will help newcomers who are hesitant to access city services. Many newcomers consider their immigration status as precarious. This means their status is not permanent and might afford fewer protections or rights than full citizenship. Individuals with precarious status include people on temporary visas, such as temporary foreign workers and international students, people waiting on the outcome of refugee claims, and many others. People with precarious status are contributing Regina residents who have families, friends, jobs. They own homes and pay property taxes and utilities. They pay into CPP and EI. Our group understands that these are tough fiscal times for the city, but the costs associated with the motion are minimal. Training for city staff so that they can better understand and address the fears and hesitations that newcomers may feel when accessing city services could easily and affordably be connected with the treaty and anti-racism training programs being introduced by the city. As we heard from city staff, training on access without fear is complementary to the work already being done and will be easily incorporated into the city's future training plans. The public education campaign proposed in the motion could easily be executed through the existing marketing and publicity channels of the city and can piggyback on existing public education campaigns. We believe that the city has the existing capacity to support safe communities where everyone feels secure to report crimes or fires and access the services they need. That, Your Worship and Council, is invaluable. All we are asking in this motion is to make official policy of what has thus far been an informal one and promote this among Regina residents so that we can collectively share the benefits.
Stephen, you have 1 minute left.
Because Regina residents are presently not confident that they can access services safely, we have people who are not coming forward when they have been victims of sexual assault or other crimes, who are afraid to phone the fire department in emergencies, among many other examples. With this in mind, what reason is there not to vote in favor of this very basic request? The benefits far outweigh any concerns. We have the opportunity tonight to send a positive message to all people who call Regina home. We want you to make good on your previous statements and welcoming gestures towards newcomers. We want you to join us in formalizing as policy the city's commitment to inclusion and diversity. We want to ensure that all Regina residents know that they are welcome here and that they are encouraged to access all the same services that many of us take for granted. Our whole community will be healthier and safer for it.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Questions of the delegation? Councillor Donald.
I pushed the button, that's it.
Just push the button and I'll carry it from here.
Thanks very much. Good evening.
Good evening.
I take it from your comments through the mayor that you are one of the organizers of this, and so I'm going to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
So if this motion was to pass, and does that mean I'll never see any of these people again? We're done? That's the end of it?
Is
or
that
is
what
there
you
some
would like?
other? Is there? Well, is there some other method after this that you're looking for?
Well, the motion asks for a report. We'd like to see what's in the report and what gets implemented. There's a consultation process that we've suggested in the report, so presumably there would be some consultation as well. And, in the best case would be that there would be an ongoing dialogue between newcomers in the city and city staff in terms of ensuring that any fears are alleviated, that there's an active education campaign that would go on, and it's up to you guys to decide how, but that wouldn't end after, a few months, but that could be renewed.
Okay, thanks.
Often.
So I'm going to kind of just steer that question a little bit differently. Mm-hmm. Is there something beyond the City of Regina that you're looking for?
Well, this motion addresses only City of Regina services. We have heard from people tonight who talk about other barriers that exist at other levels of jurisdiction. It's not something that councillors here can address tonight. So our group only came together over a sanctuary or over an access without fear motion. So we don't have any plans right now.
Okay, thanks. You just identified, kind of slipped it in there, the word sanctuary. So at one point in time, I've heard the word phrase sanctuary city and now access without fear. What's the difference, or why the change, or why what's the purpose here?
Well, there are over 300 jurisdictions across North America that have implemented these types of policies, and there are differences across jurisdictions around what gets included and not in the policies. And so we moved towards the access without fear policy, partly because we met with each city councillor and we heard your concerns as well. But we also recognize that sanctuary city has the misconception associated with it that cities can actually intervene in immigration processes, which they can't. It's completely out of cities' jurisdiction to decide who comes or does not come to the city and who is legally allowed to stay. So what we, in investigating, again, we met with lots of different organizations across the city and heard about the realities that people live with. And what we came to the conclusion that in our case in Regina, it's not just about undocumented folks, that actually people with all sorts of types of status, which we have termed in the motion precarious, but some even less precarious, even permanent residents sometimes have fear about accessing those civic services, and whether that's based in reality or not, the fear is itself a reality. So we wanted to broaden the language to include, the local reality, I guess.
Okay, good, thanks. Mr. Mayor, I'll keep on going here with another question or two. So I'm going to just briefly tell you that back in the late 70s, when the Vietnamese people were in difficulty, we called them boat people as they came over to Canada, and there was a lot of churches that organized to look after people. Mm-hmm. Happened to be a small part of that kind of stuff, and they flowed into our society very well, and in fact are doing very well from what I can tell. So, but the organization was based on church at that time. So I'm going to ask you a very direct question, and I'm not trying to be hurtful or anything, but I need to understand this concept. Is there a political motivation to doing this, or is this, because I've heard lots of benevolence, is this a benevolent gathering, or is this a political gathering?
Sorry.
I'm going to ask Andrew Stevens the same question, by the way.
Because of my training in political economy, I have a hard time separating politics from not. So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. But what this motion does is respond to a real need in the community. It doesn't go beyond that, right? We're not asking the city, in fact, we're not asking the city to change its practice on welcoming people to access services. But we are asking the city to implement some public education so that people are aware of it. So if you consider that political, then sure. I mean, I'm not afraid of the word political, but it doesn't have to be political if you don't want to consider that political either.
Thank you. I appreciate you mentioning that the city does not ask for your status. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnell. Other questions? A minor question, just for clarification. I want to go back to the front end of the information you read and is here. Just you spoke of meeting early on with Chief Bray and Vice Chief Ray, and you mentioned other organizations. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to reference them because they're not on the list you attached as those who support this, and that would be the Open Door Society and the Regina Public Library. Mm-hmm. So I'm just wondering, are you saying that they support this, but they're not on the list, or they just clarify it, because these are important organizations in the city?
Yeah, well, during our consultation process, we spoke with all of these organizations. So we had conversations with them and identified from those conversations a need for the motion. Now, unfortunately, some of these organizations have limitations associated with them in terms of their charitable status and the ways that they can engage in advocacy activities. And so some of the organizations saw a formal endorsement as contravening their duties to not advocate, and therefore felt uncomfortable signing on as formal endorsers. But each one of them was crucial in understanding the realities in the city. So that's why I mentioned them, because when we did meet with councillors, we noted that some of them really wanted to see, for example, Regina Open Door Society on board, and that was something that the folks at RODS felt that they couldn't sign on to because of their charitable status.
That's fine. I appreciate the clarification. It sounds like they're endorsing, but they're not on your list of those who endorse, so I appreciate the clarification. Other questions? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, interesting presentation. You spoke about fear and you spoke about education. It makes sense to link those two things together. You also mentioned, as Councillor O'Donnell pointed out, that the municipal workers do not require and do not report on immigration status. To whom would you direct the education? Who needs the information here? Is it the new immigrants, the new people who are arriving? Is that primarily the group that you think need to be told that municipal service workers will not inquire about status?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about both a public education campaign, so that could be as wide or as targeted as the city felt it necessary. I don't want to presume to know exactly how the city conducts those campaigns and whether it feels that it's necessary to do a wider or more targeted campaign. And we also, I'm losing I've forgotten the question now.
I just asked to whom you are primarily directing the education concerning access to services. I might just follow up. Do you think that in addition to the city, there are other organizations who are working with immigrant people who should be explaining to them that city services are open to everybody without inquiry about status?
Yes, absolutely. And I think those organizations are already doing it. So the fact that there is still fear means that when you're the provider of the service yourself, I think it's one thing to have another organization saying, you know, you're fully within your rights to access this, you should have no fear. It's a different thing when that service provider themselves says, please come and visit us. We won't check your immigration status. Everybody should feel welcome in coming. And the second point that I wanted to answer to your last question was that we also identified a need in the inclusion and diversity training of city staff, just to be able to understand what kinds of fears and hesitations newcomers might face when they are accessing city services. So I think both a broad public education campaign or a targeted public education campaign, but also some education for city staff themselves, which would be consistent, again, with the treaty education program that's being rolled out.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming tonight. I know we've talked on the phone. The question I have is, and I know we talked briefly, but the city does have a cultural plan. We talked a little bit about that when we talked. Do you see this fitting in there at all?
Sure, yeah, I think that's definitely a place that it could go. I mean, and again, this motion leaves a lot of the specifics up to the city because you know your business best. And so wherever you see existing channels for something like this to slot in, I don't see why it couldn't. I think it's as we've said, it's broadly consistent both with what the city is already doing in terms of their own practice and with how it envisions itself as an inclusive and diverse place.
Mm-hmm. Great. I also, you spoke about other organizations that also are working in this area. And I think that's an ongoing thing for most cities, mm-hmm. right? As it's not just for newcomers, it's for Indigenous, it's for all cultures, for all of us, right? So again, healthcare, we heard about healthcare, we've heard about other industries as well. So how would you see that it's the city's responsibility, but how do you see this working together with the other industries?
Right. Well, I think, I don't want to speak for the doctors, but when they spoke, I think they were talking mostly about the social determinants of health. And those include things that are within the city's jurisdiction. So whether that's recreation programs or whatever, those are all contributing portions to people's well-being. So even though there are certain factors that are outside of the jurisdiction of the city, I think those basic facilities and programs that the city does run will impact other sectors as well. If we have more people accessing civic services, including recreation programs, if we have more people reporting abuse they may suffer, if we have more people providing information to firefighters when they arrive on the scene of a fire, then that's going to help all of us out. So, yeah, the other jurisdictions, unfortunately, we can't address through this motion.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Other questions? Thank you very much. You've been very patient answering questions. You just turned. Okay, you just turned it. Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're learning to use a new system this evening. Bear with us. Emily, I really enjoyed the time that we spent together. And
so did I.
And I also see that there have been some changes made to this based on what all of us told you to make it a little closer to what we thought we could do. I'm just going to ask one thing about the subject up here is Access Without Fear City. What I'm afraid of is that we can't speak for everything in the city. And if we say that without being really specific about what we can promise access to people, that they may think they have access to other things, and then we aren't going to dissipate the fear we might add to it. So I guess I'm asking you, is there a way that we could work with wording so that we could make sure that we're not saying everything in the city is without fear?
Okay. I think it was actually Councillor Stevens that named it.
So I should talk to him about
it.
But
maybe Access Without Fear City Services? Access City Services Without Fear?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Okay.
And then it would be helpful if the organizations, some of which I listed tonight, some of whom are official endorsers and some who are not, would help spread that message about which services are within the
so
cities.
It's the correct message and we don't add to the fear. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers, other questions? Okay. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. It's really difficult for sometimes Canadians to know the difference between what the city offers and what the province offers and what the federal government offers. So do you think that would be confusing with what Councillor Young was talking about, that city services without fear, accessing them would be confusing to a newcomer? I'm just saying, as you said, sometimes even citizens of Regina who are Canadian citizens and who have grown up here don't realize that healthcare isn't a city service. It's a provincial.
Well, I think that in your education campaign, that could be addressed, right? So maybe there would be a list of services, for example, common services that are accessed by all Regina residents, and specifically highlighting some of the ones that we found were most importantly accessed, or that there are barriers to accessing in terms of fear. So that would be, in particular, fire and police services. But I think it would be easily done in promotional literature just to say, hey, here's a list of things that the city provides and that are officially part of our Access Without Fear city policy.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one.
Yes.
And it's going to follow up from, I think it's Councillor O'Donnell's question. And it relates to next steps or other steps or something beyond the city. And I'll ask this of Councillor Stevens as well, since he's the author of the motion. Are you thinking of talking to the province about this very issue? Talking to federal MPs, government MPs, Minister Goodale, about access with fear going for different services? Because many of the points raised so far are extraneous to the city of Regina. They're talking about education, health, A lot of them are. Yes, they are. A lot of them have mentioned that. So I'm wondering if you're going to be doing that at all, speaking with the province, the provincial minister of immigration, the federal minister of immigration, to talk about their own campaign of clarification as well.
Okay, so just to clarify that in the motion, we're only talking about city services. To the extent that we're talking about other things that are outside of jurisdictions, for example, health, it's how city services, accessing city services, impacts the total well-being of a person. Therefore, it might have impacts on health as well down the line. We are a group that came together on an ad hoc basis only to pass, or only to present, I guess. You decide whether it passes, this motion to City Council. So personally, I think it would be great if we know that there is some work being done in Saskatoon. It hasn't come before council yet. If we had a couple cities on board, and I think in other jurisdictions where they have had access without fear, they've found a great deal of success with that. And I think it would be great if we could come back in a year after having implemented this, or however much time, and say together with Saskatoon, calling on the province to implement an access without fear policy at the provincial level, and the same thing at the federal level. But we are just a group of Regina citizens that have been pouring all of our extra time into this motion without access really to political channels. And so we would need a lot of help in undertaking a big feat like that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and move on to our next delegation. Order, please. Please, order. Please. Faisal Hagley, please come up and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening. My name is Faisal, and I'm here as a citizen of City of Regina. I'm originally from Tunisia, North Africa. I came to Saskatchewan over 19 years ago to go to University of Saskatchewan to do my PhD in agriculture economics, and I've been in Saskatchewan since then. I'm currently working for government of Saskatchewan. A few years ago, many temporary foreign workers started coming to our city, and many of them are actually, excuse me, originally from North Africa. So I was helping many of them deal with their new life, and many of them actually faced several issues dealing with the landlord. As some previous speaker, I visited their place, and actually 7 of them sharing a horrible place. Like none of us will actually accept to live there. Sorry, I need it. And also, immigrants tend to fear police, and also they are dealing with abuse, and they are not going to report it. I mean, many of us, it might not make sense to us, but for them, it's a real fear. They say, no, we have to deal with everything, with all the hardship, until we get our immigration. Then they feel like they become a full citizen. Right? Many of them don't feel that. Another example is a family friend came to Regina a couple of years ago. Her husband actually sponsored her, and a few months ago he mainly decided to divorce her after having their baby. Just baby's a few months old, and we are very close to this person, and we saw the fear, whether it's perceived or real. She was so scared that this will actually jeopardize her immigration status. And so my wife and I, we try, as you said, we try to explain to her and contact a few people to make sure that she's okay. But she actually was really scared, and because she has absolutely no support, her only support actually, mainly decided to give up on her while she needed most. So we knew that actually her fear, whether we think it's not or doesn't make any sense, she actually was scared. And she's doing better, because we are trying to help her and explain to her that she will be okay, I hope. My own experience, as I said, I was in I was in Saskatoon, and after the terrorist attack, September 11, a few months, it was actually winter, very stormy day. So I decided to stay at home with with my girlfriend, my wife now, and then I got a phone call asking. The person asked if they can speak to Mr. Hagi. I said, yeah, I'm sure. And the person actually hung up. I called SaskTel to understand, it's like, who called? And they said, sorry, we don't know. And actually 5 minutes after that, 2 police officers knock on my door. I lived in the dorm, so obviously they have all my information. And they said, are you Mr. Hagi? And I said, yes. And the first thing they said, actually, they did not explain anything. They said, we are here to arrest you. I totally freaked out because I was on student visa. I worked so hard. Education, like got scholarship, came here. Education is my only way to break poverty for my family and myself. And suddenly I'm dealing with the police. I came from North Africa. Police are not very nice people. So I was really scared. And I started thinking about, okay, oh my God, now, like, what's going on? And they're going to send me back home. And I have a student visa. Everything was good. I was doing very well. And suddenly I got some courage, and I said, could you please, explain why? So they said, a few months ago, you were in Blackstrap, you were fishing, and you didn't break it's fish and, catch and release.
Presentation, sorry.
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yes. So what happened anyway, they actually, for that, they want to arrest me, and then my girlfriend brought the receipt and showed them that actually I paid, so they let me alone. What I'm saying is that fear actually still exists until now. 1 month ago, a friend of mine thought it's funny, and he called, I'm a city because your mom sent you a package. I was scared, and I'm a citizen. I contribute to this city of Regina, and I'm fully integrated. So, as Ted Gelata said, our mayor expressed many times that this city is open, and I believe that our city council will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions? Councilor Barshani.
Thank you for your presentation and your speaking tonight. You raised a couple good points, and the one that I'd like to just touch on, and I'll share a little bit of my story journeying with some of immigration women here that have been here in families later. But you touch on a point that I think is even better than, and yes, communication is huge, but it's actually being a mentor, being a friend to people who come. Do you not find that most people have communities, right? So the Italian community, right? So the Sudanese, they also, when people come, don't they embrace them and help them journey through their way?
Yep. Yeah, for sure we will, as a community, we try our best, but our city council and our mayor are the leaders, and we need you guys to lead by example and show us, all of us, that all of us were welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so you said that you know right now that you have access to all the city services, but you still have that fear.
Yeah.
So what would this label on the city do, even though you already know that?
Yeah. So I'm giving you an example that I am a citizen, I'm a Canadian citizen, and I've been many years. The fear is not easily dismissed. That's why I gave you this example. Now, as I said, I'm fully integrated. I'm not, I'm not scared of our police if I need them or anything. But I gave you an example that if a person like me, fully integrated, still have that small fear, we cannot really blame or underestimate the fear that new immigrants or people coming here, and they've been here 18 years. So as one of our city council said, part of it is the past. That's why it's our background. But this is our new home, and we would like to feel welcome, all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. No other questions? Thank you very much. You can
Thank you.
turn to the gallery, and we'll move on with. Mr. Gord Barnes is not here apparently, so if I have a motion to receive and file his communication. Councillor Flagel, second by Councillor O'Donnell. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to Harris Khan. Mr. Khan, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes to speak as well, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening. My name is Harris Khan, and I'm the Vice President of External Affairs of Student Union of University of Regina. And I just want to talk about this motion. I'm in favor of this motion. And today I stand before you in a strong support of this motion, Access Without Fear. This city has provided me with many opportunities for personal and professional growth. Today I feel as a long-term resident of this beautiful city of Regina to see it join the global network of communities that share the value, safety, security, and respect for all of its residents regardless of their immigration status. I believe this initiative will help people to learn about their rights, and they don't have to live in a constant fear just because of their immigration status. People will be more comfortable in seeking services and getting help when they need it. I would like to take this opportunity to provide you the voice of those who can't be here today. I would like to share one incident. International student came to me with a concern. He got a traffic violation ticket, and he spent sleepless nights because he thought that will be reported to the immigration authorities and that will affect his future in Canada as a student. By adopting this motion, we ensure that the people who make Regina their home will not sleep in fear because of their status. We all know that international student and foreign temporary workers are contributing to the economy, the growth of our economy here. And I have many stories to share with you tonight, but just in a few minutes, I don't have that enough time. So in adopting this motion, it will support thousands of people living in our city, and it will be a strong statement to the world that City of Regina embodies its values of inclusion and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the delegation? Well, thank you very much. You've been very clear in your comments. Next delegation is Jazz McConnell. As like the other delegations, if you identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Council for allowing us to be part of our rights to be in a safe environment, to discuss this, debate this, and not fear for any prosecution or anything like that. I'd also like to thank the Treaty 4 people, Indigenous people, for allowing us to follow suit on this on our land as well. My name is Jace McConnell Barbosa Rey. I was born in April 29, 1967 in Bucaramanga, Colombia. That's in South America, not British Columbia.
Thank you for the clarification on that.
I lived in 4 different countries. I lived in Venezuela, Colombia, United States, and now the wonderful country of Canada. I have sorry, I'm getting a little excited here. Since I've lived in Canada and become an adult and a productive member, I've last year worked for the government of Saskatchewan for 17 years, from a youth facility worker to a case manager to social services, as well as Employment Standards Act, and I'm now an Employment Standards Officer. I am here to represent myself and some of my friends who are immigrants. I also have 3 beautiful daughters, Avery, Taya, and London, a beautiful wife, Rochelle Leonard, and I've became a landed immigrant here in Canada in 1980, when my father, who originally was from Carlisle, Saskatchewan, decided to come back and say, let's go back farming to the farmland, and so we did that. I came with my mother, Paulina Barbosa Rey. She's also from Bogota, Colombia. One of the things that we have learned while we lived in Colombia is the fear of agencies, the fears of police and other government such places. One of the examples I will give you, when I was a kid in Colombia, and I know this happens here too, but I was in the second floor story of our house. A thief comes in through the door, or through the window. He just climbs up through the window, shushes me as I sit in bed, and this thief grabs his TV. It's a small TV, because I know those days we didn't have very affordable stuff. And he climbs down. As he's climbing down, my mom comes through the door, and she sees this robber and says, "Ladrón, ladrón," this is robber. And she screams out the window. In Colombia, and especially in Bucaramanga, there's military in every corner. There's like 4 military in every corner. It's police and military. And so the military chases this guy down. He drops the TV, it crashes on the floor, and he takes off, but they still grab him. And my mom has this fear in her face, right? There's this incredible fear in her face. I'm thinking, man, yeah, because there's a robber in the house that could have done something. But then when the military comes to the door to give us this broken TV, she had the same similar fear of the military. And I've seen that fear in her eyes. I've seen it at immigration in Venezuela. I've seen it when she's been at airports. I've seen it when she's dealt with other agencies in South America. And this fear is something that starts to condition someone like me as well, as a son. I also have a sister, Helen, and another sister, Jessica. And this is what we start learning. It may not be realistic, especially in Canada, but it is a true fear that's caused by our environment where we were born and where we were raised, right? So as we come to this wonderful country in Canada, we've always loved Canada. Dad always had wonderful stories about this place and how stable it was in Canada, and so to come and feel safe here in this wonderful nation. The thing is, though, you can say safety, but to feel safety is entirely different. It's entirely different to the immigrants. Completely different. Whether it's unrealistic or not, you just can't deal with it. This access motion, or the access without fear for city, it's a way for the city to stand up and say, we're willing to take that first step to help you feel that safety of here in Regina as well, and not have that fear of dealing with agencies and other places like the police and so forth.
Mr. Call, you have 1 minute to go.
Yeah, not because Canadian police or Canadian agencies have done anything wrong, but it's just because you have this fear that it's been developed through where you've come from. And again, this motion would support and help us understand that. This motion would also allow us to do what I call unconditional humanity. The humanity without borders, humanity without race, humanity without politics. The ability to have that connection and say, listen, you can access these facilities and disabilities that the city has without having to worry that you're going to be asked or any kind of prosecution or anything that goes against you. Immigrants should feel that they can have access to all these agencies or all these facilities and have that feeling of safety. Because as a human, we feel and see things differently. It means that there needs to be more to ensure the tools to become safe. And I think that this would help.
Sorry, but your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for that. Any questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much. So our last delegation is Victoria Ordu. If you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation, and maybe questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Victoria Ordu, and I am a youth support worker with Salvation Army. And also in my free time, I volunteer for a lot of organizations in Regina, including the Regina Open Door Society and the Canadian Mental Health as well. I came to Canada in 2009. I come from a very poor background, and I'm the sixth child out of, I'm the last born of my family. So when I came to Canada, it was really hard adjusting to a new culture and a new environment, and also leaving my family back at home. I made an honest mistake of working 2 weeks, unknown that I needed a work permit. So when I found out, I had a workshop section about the difference between a work permit and a study permit. I thought since I had worked previously on campus, that was fine. So this finding led me to contact my employer, who I had told that I wanted to stop working because of this inquiry, and also I didn't want anything to have an effect on my scholarship. So my employer advised I sent an email, which he was going to send to the company and explain to them why a staff wanted to stop working. So 2 weeks after I quit working, I was contacted by CBSA, and I was asked to come with my passport. My passport was seized, and I was asked a lot of questions that didn't even relate to the reason why I was there. Questions like if there are any gangs on campus I knew anything about, if there are any tattoos I knew that Nigerian students had on campus, and things like that. So, unfortunately for me, I felt I needed to be honest to them and say the reason why I had stopped working, and that my findings led me to stop working, and the email too that I had sent to my employer. So they requested, I showed them this email, and also requested for my password, the password to my email account, which I gave to them because I didn't want to be put in trouble, or I didn't want to be detained or arrested, or I didn't even want to be sent home. So unfortunately, I was promised that if I had complied, I would be pardoned or even asked to pay a fine. But the reverse was the case. So I went home thinking everything was fine. My passport was seized. And from 2011 to 2013, I was faced with deportation. I was faced with the punishment of forfeiting almost 3 years of education, after hundreds of dollars have been spent on international tuition, which is a lot of money. The situation forced me to seek sanctuary hiding in the basement of different churches in Regina for 15 months. So a lot of community members and unions and organizations, including the University of Regina, President Brian Timmons, helped to fight my case. And fortunately, the law was changed, and on June 1st, 2014, international students were allowed to work off campus without work permit, which happened as a result of the situation, I believe. Because of my fear of deportation, I was unable to access health care. I was afraid of trusting anyone. I couldn't even renew my passport because it was with the CBSA. And when it got expired, I couldn't do anything about this. I couldn't even access conducive shelter. My education was put on hold. I couldn't access the police because they had Canada-wide warrant for my arrest. And I couldn't access any other municipal services in Regina. I was tagged illegal and a non-student, even though I was currently enrolled full-time. That wasn't exactly how I wanted my education to end. The fear of deportation awoke the reality of emotional and psychological torture that awaits me if I was sent back home. The possibility of being forcefully married off at a young age to a man my father's age just to put food on the table of my family. The shame of being called a failure. The fear of death or kidnap of my family members or even myself. From bad people. You have
1 minute to go.
From bad people who will believe I came back home and had a lot of money. So I support the fear. I support the motion for the access without fear because I believe there are a lot of immigrants who are going through what I have been through. And also, it takes a person who has been out of their country to understand that they are also immigrants wherever they go to. So in conclusion, this motion, among many other advantages, is very essential as it will break barriers of accessibility. It will not only it won't only be helping the system, but encouraging communication and cooperation between the authority and the public. We'll be making lives better and promoting community, and also prohibiting the fear of information, especially immigration information. And also, we should understand that everyone in Canada is an immigrant somewhere. So please, no one should be made to feel illegal, yet uninformed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Order, please. Other questions? Thank you very much. We can return to the gallery. We have a number of communications. In fact, there's 8 letters in our delegation package our delegation package here. So we have one from Barbara Dornan from the St. James United Church, and Gurma Salu from the Ethiopian Refugees Support Organization, Hugh Wagner, Ken Cubian from the Regina District Labor Council, Don Moja, I'm sure I've got that wrong, from Migranti, Alberta, Paul Gillette from the Saskatchewan Joint Board, the Regina Professional Firefighters Association, and Steve Torgeson. I have a motion to accept all these together. Councillor O'Donnell, seconded by Councillor Bashani. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll now move on to the motion itself, and I'll give the floor to Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stevens.
Don, I think. Oh, there it is.
I'll get it for you out.
Yeah.
There you go. Go.
Well, it's a real pleasure to be presenting this motion tonight. First, I'm going to have to I require a seconder, please.
Seconder. Okay.
All right, thank you. So it's a pleasure to bring this motion forward tonight after months of research and public engagement and consultation. And I will say that it was really a co-authorship with community groups. And this is a result of a lot of that engagement. And it's a motion that would see the City of Regina commit to becoming an Access Without Fear city. And the intent behind the motion is based on lessons I learned when speaking with newcomers, especially refugees, during the civic election, as well as the research I've been conducting for the last few years on migrant workers. And these are the same stories that we've heard here tonight. And what I found and what we've heard here this evening is that real fears and anxieties exist among newcomer communities about accessing services and participating in city life. And 24 organizations and civic leaders have voiced their support for this initiative for this particular reason. And these organizations know the value of Access Without Fear policies, which have been adopted by hundreds of cities across North America, and recognize the need for this initiative in the city of Regina. Some of these organizations include the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Regina, Amnesty International, Multicultural Council of Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan Association of Somali Canadians, Ethiopian Refugee Support Group, the list goes on, as well as University of Regina President Dr. Vianne Timmins and President of Campion College Dr. John Meehan, among others. And as discussed, the motion before you aligns not only with the city's very ambitious and positive vision statement to be Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity, but also it aligns with our cultural plan. And that plan, which was approved in 2016, advances a vision that involves improving accessibility and inclusion, regardless of ethnicity, age, race, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic status. It focuses on embracing cultural diversity by fostering intercultural dialogue and exchange across communities, and it recognizes as an objective addressing the needs of newcomers by increasing awareness and including cultural needs related to the development and delivery of services. Now, of course, much of this work is being done by the city, especially the exceptional staff and community services who I had a chance to speak with about their outreach. But this motion is about giving the city some added direction by recognizing that there are those in our community who we've heard from tonight who legitimately fear accessing services due to status. And this is an objective that they've kind of crafted for how we can go forward. The RPS already knows this, the Regina Police Service, which is why it partners with the Open Door Society in community engagement initiatives for newcomers. And that's why Chief Bray was actually very helpful in providing us some direction and reflecting on the RPS's own practices. And this is not unique. Fire and other protective services recognize that fear does exist in some communities when it comes to accessing services. This is verified. The Regina Public Library knows how important such practices are, which is why it has done an excellent job in newcomer orientation and outreach through communications and its policies on confidentiality. We're kind of following suit here, at least this is what the motion is asking for. And what it entails, first off, is declaring Regina an Access Without Fear city to give clear purpose and direction. And second, that as a matter of policy, the City of Regina only collect immigration citizenship information when specifically required by provincial and federal law, and that this information not be shared without consent of a Regina resident. And the fourth, and I think this addresses Councillor O'Donnell's question about politics, is that it needs to, going forward, be evidence and research-based based on what we're actually doing as a city, and that this component requires administration to conduct a review with community consultation. And I think the framework is already there. How to improve access without fear for newcomers regardless of status, policies about information gathering and sharing, stakeholder feedback mechanisms that focus on identifying barriers faced by residents, public education and communications, training and education for city staff, seek financial support from other levels of government to fulfill these objectives and other protocols.
Councillor, you've got about 30 seconds.
Thank you. The motion also calls on the RPS to maintain its practice of not collecting citizenship status and information as a matter of policy and sharing with the Board of Police Commissioners information regarding its interaction with the CBSA and others. This is key. And I think what's really important here is that even though Regina has made important strides going forward, we can actually set a best practice and a standard in the prairies. We can look at what other cities have done, improve, reflect on our own services going forward, and really figure out what the substance of being an Access Without Fear community and what an access without fear city really means. I think we're on our way. This is actually about meaningful directive, change, and sending a positive message in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Council. Stevens, are there speakers to the motion? Any speakers to the motion? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. There are two, I think, profound truths that have come out of the very informed, very moving submissions made by the delegations tonight. The first is that newcomers to the city, especially newcomers from troubled lands, where there has been oppression, where there has been abuse by authorities, those newcomers carry with them the scars of fear. And I don't think anybody in this room, I don't believe any of my colleagues on council, doubt that and are concerned about it. The second message, and it's more optimistic, it's more encouraging, is that everybody said that municipal workers in Toronto, police, fire, library, city staff, all civic workers, none of them have inquired about or reported on immigration status. That's a tremendous accomplishment and something we can be proud of. I salute the senior administration in the city for promoting a culture like that. I think it's helped by the mission statement on every one of our business cards that speaks, as Councillor Stevens said, to our being an inclusive city. The difficulty for me is whether this motion addresses the nub of the issue. And I think the nub of the issue is how we educate people who are in fear, how we let them know that they needn't to be afraid. My concern with the motion is that it doesn't do that the right way. First of all, I think it's very important that people be told about our mission statement. We're already there. We have the kind of education platform that the motion seems to call for. And secondly, I think that it's not just the city, it's the organizations like the university of which I'm a part, as is Andrew Stevens. It's up to those organizations very much to help us get the message out that they need not have any fear. So I think that what we need is not a motion which talks about us directing the RPS, our police department, about what to do, partly because they're already doing a fabulous job, partly because it's not the jurisdiction of this council. One of the great bulwarks of our freedom in this country, in fact, is that politicians don't direct the police force. So that's not, I think, the route we need to go down. I think that much of this is within the jurisdiction, as people have acknowledged, outside of municipal workers. So I think we're on the right track. I think we want to continue down that track. I believe that education directed at people who might be afraid to help them get over that fear is important. But I don't think this motion does it. And what I'm looking for in the debate from my fellow councillors is some way out of that, some way that we can direct this to the proper authorities who deal directly with immigration, whose responsibility immigration is, some way they can help us communicate the concerns that we've heard tonight from the delegations. So, Your Worship, I'd like to leave it at that. I'd like to again say how much I appreciate what I've heard tonight from the delegations.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. I'd also like to echo Councillor Hawkins' sentiments to the stories that we heard tonight. I'll tell you a story of this year that I experienced. I went to FCM this year, which is Federation of Canadian Municipalities. And I got to speak with councillors from jurisdictions that had passed either sanctuary city motions or access without fear motions. And I got to listen to one of the logistical challenges that they're facing is that they're not all the same. Some motions have directed their police services and others haven't. And because of that, they're running into issues with neighboring municipalities where that assurance isn't there. So what that delved into was a conversation at FCM of coming up with a national framework that municipalities have to abide by. So I think Councillor Hawkins is right. There are some better channels that we can go through to address the actual issue here. Not just where we are locally, but the actual issue that we're running into. But I'll leave it up to the rest of my council colleagues to keep debating. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Are there other speakers on the motion? Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I also want to thank all the delegations who came tonight to listen to their stories and hear that concern they have. And I also heard lots of thanks for the City of Regina as well. Some of the other things I heard were that the fear is real. The fear is there from people who are from different countries, knowing what to access and what not to access, and fearing that that may be changing their immigration status. Whether that's realistic or not, they still have that real fear. I also heard that the amount of education, even if you know it's not going to affect your status, you still don't want to access those services just in case. So I have concerns about that. So that true fear is out there. So I would actually like to move an amendment acknowledging that all City of Regina services and the services provided by the City of Regina Police Service are fully accessible to everyone in our city. I move that the Sanctuary Cities Access Without Fear motion and all the delegation's comments be referred to those orders of government responsible for immigration and refugee settlement services, and I can supply this just so you know. Refugees settlement services for follow-up and response, namely the Federal Minister of Immigration, the Provincial Minister of Immigration. Also included in this referral is to the Honourable Ralph Goodale, FCM, so we have a federal initiative that goes forward, and SUMA, our Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities.
Councillor Bryce, that's a referral motion. I'm wondering if you want to hold off on that until we have more discussion. You can introduce it a bit later.
Okay, I'll give notice that that's a motion that I'm wanting to move. Thank you.
That's good. So we'll go on to our next speaker. That would be, let's see, Councillor Vendera.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the delegation. As an immigrant, I can understand what the conversation was all about. The emotion is quite wordy. It's deep. So I'm just going to go on a few little pieces of how I see where I ended up to where I am today from being a non-speaking Polish immigrant. As my work's going on, I have been educating and introducing new Canadians to our community. And one big event that goes on is called Community Connection. And that started with the library. And the meaning of that is we talked about education, learning more and how we can help each other. There's a lot of fears. I know people have fears. I have fears. We all have fears of something. I hate snakes. So that's a fear. An animal, that's a fear. But what I've been doing in that, and the education part of it is, with the community connection, we've been introducing the new Canadians to our community. That we are not afraid of the language to speak, the custom and tradition that we carry, the food we eat, what we cook and how we do that, and how we pray and what time and how many. And it's been very successful in our community, 6 years. And I can tell you right now that since we started that, there are members of a new Canadian immigrant, 6 years. They have 2 houses, they're working, and they're not afraid. I've asked around the community, and don't take me wrong, I do understand there are perceived notions here. There's a lot of stuff is perceived. But talking to the new Canadians or even immigrants, I talked to from person from Guyana, I talked to from Nepal, Bhutan. You look in Africa, going to many other countries, European countries. And I was surprised that how publicized this is. They didn't know anything about it. They didn't know anything that this is coming to council, that we are discussing at this council this motion. So, I mean, I think we need to go further into education, further into doing things what I've been doing, is introducing the new Canadians to our community and showing everyone the way and supporting. I have 5 houses on my street now. They're all new Canadians. And we're just working on a block party. That is where our education is. We know that we are free. We know we have no fear of access. I've asked them, are you afraid to phone police or fire department? Are you afraid of talking to your neighbor or things? Neighbors, we have neighbors that are coming in and introducing themselves and asking how I can help. I know that's only maybe few of this. Lots out there that having problems, which I'm not denying that. But in my circles again, in a new Canadian or the immigrant circles, I'm surprised that I have not heard this fear before. I'm not saying I am not hearing things or I'm not listening or I'm not paying attention, but it surprised me that over the years I have not heard that there are people out there that are having problems. I'm not denying they're not. So I'm saying is that there is lack of education in there. So something else needs to be done to move this ahead, to help introducing, educating all of us. Because if we just close our doors, there's no problem outside. So I know the awareness and what everyone is saying. So for instance, the young lady mentioned about working off campus. So I would say to that one is, my question would have been is, well, I question it myself, how would this motion help me? What helps me is a person like myself or others that are around me, that educating the new Canadians that are here about what it takes to be, if you're here on a different status, how, if you go any other countries, if I go to Europe, I go to Poland, I can't go to work in Poland. I have a Canadian passport. If I go down to the United States, I cannot work down.
Councilor Ventura, you got about 30 seconds left on that.
30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Thank you. So I'd like to see a little bit more about this, see a little bit more education, more awareness. And I think this, the motion has got a lot of stuff in it. There's a lot of things here that not our jurisdiction. I'd like to see it that comes closer to what we can do as a citizens. So we shall leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilor Ventura. Councilor Massanelli.
Through you, Chair. I'd like to ask the administration, do you have any idea of the cost of implementing this motion?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, again, I just want to acknowledge the delegations here this evening for the stories and their description of the issue that we're dealing with. So just in terms of costs, I mean, obviously we haven't done the work yet. That's part of the motion that it gets referred to the administration and conduct a review with community consultation. Initial cost to do that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000. When you look at the detail within the motion in terms of some of the components, a community stakeholder feedback mechanism that gives the opportunity to identify barriers faced by residents, a public education strategy to inform residents, community agencies of the city's access without fear policies and guidelines. And we're not already provided training and education for city staff. And of course, a designated liaison to work with the community and city agencies. So, depending on how deep we would go as an organization, the costs can be anywhere from, $100,000 to $200,000. But the detail of that would come out of the work. And I know people get surprised when the administration make numbers like that. But, when we did the smoking bylaw, for example, we did a consultation process. It costs $30,000. As soon as you start to advertise and promote things in the media, there's a cost to that. So obviously we would do the diligence to ensure that we could do that as inexpensively as possible. We heard some delegations tonight. We've just introduced some training around First Nations and Métis and some of the reconciliation work that we're doing with our staff. This is something that could be incorporated into it, but it would also require some new curriculum, et cetera, and we'd look at, opportunities to provide the courses. So, I don't want to stand up and give a bureaucratic answer, but at the end of the day, these things have costs. And, depending on the size, scale, and scope of where we end up, they can be substantial.
not having much experience, I'd also like to ask, with the list of people endorsing this, could some of those costs be shared between community organizations? Could we take a community stance to help organize this as we go through it if we chose to?
Through you, Your Worship, I mean, we already, as an organization, Councillor Stevens acknowledged the work that we do through community services. So, for example, we have a Welcome to Regina website that's on our corporate website, but it's a website that's hosted by a variety of community agencies. There's approximately 50 agencies that are involved in that again, are looking to provide information to welcome newcomers, to make sure that citizens arriving in our community have full access to information about services that are available in the community. We partner extensively with the Open Door Society. So I think there's always opportunities to look at partnerships and, you know, who can fulfill what role. And if that can reduce the direct cost of the city, then that's definitely something that we would entertain.
I guess for me personally, this is an affirmational outlook. I was really pleased to find out most of the things asked for are things that we already do as a city, especially through our police force and our fire services, and that they're offered without any holds barred. I like the idea of this because it is a chance to stand up and speak and say that out loud, that we provide access without fear in Regina as it is, and for the chance to reaffirm that and say that publicly, I think it's important because we do have a big change in the immigration we're seeing these days, and it's important to have that come out.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. I appreciate that. Next speaker is Councillor Bresciani. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tonight it is about addressing, I think, diversity and inclusion into our community. And yes, it's about welcoming our newcomers. It's about also working with our Indigenous people. Like, there's many areas of inclusion in our community. And, you know, I remember, I have worked with immigrant families. I have worked with many immigrant women and their children as well. And yes, what was spoken tonight, that is things that do happen. And there is things out there that they are fearful of. And so I walked it firsthand. I totally understand. But I think the bigger piece to this I'm a big picture person. So the bigger piece to this, though, is how do we do this in a way that it's, number one, the most cost effective, and working together as a community. I think that is the end of it. Councillor Findera shared his experience, and I think, and we heard from delegations, it is truly taking the hand of someone who is new to our country and helping them make it feel like their home. It's going to be different, absolutely. Some have come from war. Some have come where they didn't have a voice. Now they come to a country where they have they can vote, they have freedom of speech. So you know all this. But the piece that I don't want to just have another label out there. I want us to do something with it. I want to thank Councillor Stevens for even bringing this forward. But I want to see this. We have a cultural plan within our city. And I think this is where it fits. I do. I think that there are pieces that it speaks to exactly in there. So I don't want to have, I'll be very honest, when I heard the title, I didn't like the title. Access Without Fear tells me, and if you're responsible for it, Councillor Stevens, poor choice. But, you know, the problem is what it does is it makes people think, Regina, you guys have fear in your city? Like, do we have to be, you know? And I remember a lady that came from Jamaica. You know why she picked Regina? Because she saw the I Love Regina that's what she Googled, came up, she goes, that must be a great place to live. So I want to ensure that, I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but I want to ensure that tonight we have a cultural plan and that we look at that. We have organizations out there like the Open Door Society doing their work. And I want to partner. We should be partnering with them to come together with a strategy. So I have a question for administration. How do we move this cultural plan forward in maybe getting groups together, because there is an engagement piece in this cultural plan. How do we do that?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, I think it's even bigger than the cultural plan. I mean, we have our vision, we have our official community plan, we have our cultural plan, and our staff, really it's about how we work with community. There are a lot of things that the city cannot do directly. I don't think we can solve this community issue directly. So, you know, not having the specifics in terms of some of the timelines, and Mr. Hahn might have further comment, but as we move the community or the cultural plan forward, obviously we're out in conversations with various nonprofit organizations. We're always looking for partnerships and how we can collaborate and bring those things forward. So the conversations are ongoing on a regular basis with a number of organizations. And I can tell you as an administration that we are continually interacting with, whether it's the police service, both school boards, the health district, other nonprofit community organizations, to try and look at opportunities to improve our community. And, you know, awareness and education are big components of that in terms of making sure that citizens know exactly what services the city provides and that they can access those services without fear, and that we don't ask for, you know, confirmation of immigration status or work visas, et cetera. So there's work that definitely we can do as a part of our regular and ongoing communication activities. Obviously, we're going to talk about Regina.ca and improvements to Regina.ca. We have lots of mechanisms available to us to advance that. But if Mr. Onright had anything further specifically to the cultural plan and where we're at and some of the activities, I'd ask him to comment.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So the work that is coming forward in the cultural plan, I think as we look at issues and motions being brought forward by council in reference to the one today, we will fit that work into the upcoming work in the cultural plan. So as we better understand the engagement needs of the community, we will continue to work. We have many partnerships in the community today that we work with, as Mr. Holden has indicated, and we will just continue working with those organizations. Some of this work, as Mr. Holden also indicated, is not simple, straightforward work. There's much complexity around doing some of this work, and it takes time and resources to be able to do that. And it also takes funding to support it.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you for that.
Dr. Bershani, you have about 30 seconds left in your
30
time.
seconds, okay. So I just want to say that I think as a city, I do think we are, I do say we are a welcoming city. Do I think that there's more public engagement needed? Absolutely, yes, I do. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bershani. Councillor Young, next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to thank all of you for coming tonight. And the stories we heard were outstanding. I read all of them, but hearing them is quite different. And I would hope that if you plan to send this on to other levels of government, I wish we could have videotaped this, and maybe there is one. And
we actually have Access Communications as recorded it.
And send that along because you touch the heart and the head when you hear stories like that. So thank you for coming, and also thank you for recognizing that municipal level of government is open to everyone, and that while we cannot speak for nor take actions for the provincial and the federal government, we are open to citizens coming to us with issues and talking to us, and we listen. One thing that I thought of when I was sitting here is that 4 of us on this council are actually immigrants to Canada. And while we didn't experience some of the pain that you have experienced and some of the stories that you told us this evening, still, when you come to a new country, you don't know how things work. And so it's important to me that we not just do policy work and put it on paper, and we have some wonderful pieces of writing that direct our our city employees and that direct counsel. It's important that we do something that's action-oriented, not just policy. I'm a policy wonk, so I like to read policies. Not too many people read policies, especially people who are new to the country and may not have the language. So what can we do that is actionable, that will reach people? And so, Mr. Mayor, I would like to bring forward a referral, but only if I need to. I don't know what will happen with this, but
well, why don't you say what it is first, and then what you can do with it. Then sure.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So once again, thank you for coming forward. I think there's a lot we can do, and I think that just letting people know who we are and what they can access is simple, but a really important thing we can do. We need to do it in more than one language, and we need to make it really accessible to everybody who wants to know, where do I go? I think the problem I have with the motion, Councillor Stevens, is the language of access without fear city, which puts us in a category that we could publicize to the world, but it gives the wrong information to the people who need information, because it's telling that this is a completely safe city, and it's not. City services are safe. So if we were to support this, I would have to see some kind of word changes to be able to do that, and so maybe we can talk about that. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Flegel.
Thank you. What I'd like to know through you, Mr. Mayor, is do we ask for immigration papers in any of our city services?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, no, we do not. Right now, when people come to access programs or services, basically we go with the fact that they are a resident in Regina and they have an address, and that's how they access their services.
Okay. Do we also maybe take it a step further and educate our staff in any way about this fear, or is this the word fear new to administration, staff?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, I wouldn't say that it's new in terms of, staff having awareness. I think obviously we have staff that work in community services, that work with, immigration organizations, Open Door Society, et cetera, that have a greater awareness. I think, hearing the conversations tonight, hearing the delegations tonight, I think it's something that we can incorporate into some of our internal messaging to our staff. But, it's not our practice right now to concern ourselves with that in provision of services at any level.
Okay, thank you. Through you, I was just wondering, it used to be through CPFs, we used to do all the community grants, so we don't quite have the same visual access that we used to have. How many groups in a year does the city support that might have an impact on immigration, approximately?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship, we have some community partners, Open Door Society. We support Mobile Crisis that sometimes deals with more vulnerable citizens in our community. So, overall, we have a process where we give out about $3.2 million. Right. All of those agencies are listed on the city's website in terms of who receives funding. Okay. Organizations that have a direct responsibility for supporting the community in terms of creating an awareness around a welcoming community. Off the top of my head, I'd probably say it's in the range of probably 10 to 15 organizations.
Somewhere in that range? Okay, that's good to know, because that is city taxpayers' money that we all contribute to do. The thing I like about the one other thing is that there was 4 of us that were involved in this mission statement, the vision statement that's been put forward today. Councillor O'Donnell, myself, the mayor, and Councillor Bryce. And it took us a long time to develop that. At the same time, the next year we kind of brought the pin make sure it's the right one. This pin out as well to show a new and more vibrant city. So we understand the vision. We understand what it does. And we try, I think, as a city to uphold most of those statements, if not all of them, on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, sometimes we slip, sometimes we move around, but as a whole. We've also just gone through an OCP, official community plan, which envelops housing and everything for people moving to the city, because that's what growth is all about. We also have the cultural plan that was spoken about. We also have a recreational plan which enables and entices people to come and utilize our facilities. So we definitely have a full access, full on, everybody's involved. 223,000 people last total count I heard, and hopefully it grows further with further growth coming on. So we're allowing people, and people are coming to our city, and I like the idea of it, even a slight slogan draws people here, and I agree that a brand name of another kind may deter people if they see, and people go by words. People are visual. They see a word fear. They see a word, I love Regina. The two don't mesh. Regardless of whether you like that slogan or not, the fear part it's real. I totally get it. I appreciate all the stories that have come out here. It's important that we deal with this as a city. And the biggest thing is the vision statement is where it's at. And I think we're getting there. I think we have to look at all aspects. There was delegations that were on all sides of this. Everybody had their own story. And there was people that talked about illegal immigrants being here, fearing that they may go back. We need to help those people possibly get their citizenship, possibly get their status. You just have a few seconds left, okay? Yep, thanks. And really, that's what we need to do. So I'm going to look forward to these referrals to see either Councillor Bryce or Councillor Young's referral and go from there. So, but I'm appreciative of everything that's been going on tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Flego.
Thanks.
Councillor O'Donnell. It was on. Don't press it again. There you go.
Yes. Thanks very much. So one of the people who's not here I wanted to address, she made reference to the soccer community and her husband being in fear. I just need to correct that a little bit, having lived in there for a while. I'm no longer there, but I want you to know that we extended a hand many, many times to a lot of new Canadians at no cost to be able to play both summer and indoor. We had a men's team that we all worked with very closely, Div 3 men from Africa. They had a roster, if a normal roster is 20, we had 60 on that roster because we never said no. They still owe me a little bit of money, but that's not the point anymore. The point was there was no stopping to make sure that you could come and play. So I hold the soccer community in very high regard because they invited and welcomed people, and we went out and made sure they had rides as well. So I just need to correct that. Andrew, I have a question for you, if I don't mind, to Councillor Stevens. So I asked a couple of questions about things, and I'm going to give you a chance to respond. So what happens if this was to pass? What does it mean for after? What does it mean for the future? I don't mean about Regina. Were you looking beyond Regina or the community? And please comment a little bit more about political.
Councillor Stevens.
Political. I mean, it's tough. Like Emily, I mean, politicians, scissors and ribbons are political, right? It wasn't meant to be a joke, really. Like, we politicize a lot of things. For me, it was really guided by genuine interactions with residents who said, for instance, they were afraid to put up a lawn sign during the election. I only got this because I had an Arabic interpreter. I went into their homes. I talked about this. These were newcomers. These are real, and we've heard about these concerns. I'd say that's political. In terms of the motion, you can call it access without fear, sanctuary city. I guarantee you someone's going to find an issue, and that's kind of where we're at. The message, access without fear, I thought was the most positive. Sanctuary city kind of becomes more politicized for others. So I think it's kind of a lose-lose. But again, as I mentioned, it's the message and the direction that sends. People are experiencing anxieties and fears about accessing city services. We've heard that, and those of us who are kind of in the middle of it as researchers, understanding how this works, it's just a baseline, right? That's just how this functions for a lot of newcomer communities. But the technical aspect. So what I had requested here was a mechanism that the administration would craft that aligned with the vision, which are just words unless you operationalize them, as well as the cultural plan, which actually, I would argue, this fits in both the near and medium-term goals in that plan. I'm a bit concerned here that all of a sudden some numbers are being thrown at me about these outrageous costs when this kind of work is already being done. So for me, it was actually shifting how that interaction with newcomers and the newcomer communities and these partner organizations was taking place. We're doing that work. Here are messages. What could be more compelling as a message than access without fear in a community that has identified fear as a reality? These experts who are dealing with this all the time have identified and told us this evening this is a concern, right? Is that political? It could be. For me, I'm most concerned about how staff, I think, could competently craft a response. And I believe they could, and I think I've seen what's being done in community services. I don't think this would be a stretch, and I'd actually like to see this motion have its time. And I worry that the real politicization here is a referral motion that would just send this to other levels of government. We kick it up the road, right?
Councillor Stevens, you're getting into another area. Just stick to the questions that was asked by Councillor Dowell.
This motion focuses on what we can do as a city. That's a very technical and I think civic-minded approach versus asking other levels of government, which this doesn't do. It asks them for support. You also asked about where would this go next. So part of this motion actually points to other levels of government and other services and systems that are overseen by the federal and provincial governments. For instance, occupational health and safety, employment standards. We could actually be leaders and send a signal before Calgary and before Edmonton and before Winnipeg that we can do this. And in this province, in a capital, I would like to see that extended. But that's up to the community to see where that goes. I would love to be part of that campaign. For me, this would be a platform on which individuals in this community could say the City of Regina has done it with the tools at its disposal. Let's talk about health, education, and other issues that we've already identified as in need of a transformed message in education. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown, you got about a minute left on your
That was my time.
Oh, you're using the time the way you want to.
You've dissuaded me from ever answering a councillor a question again. I wasn't quite prepared for that. One, I have talked to other people in the community who actually have questions about they don't know what it means. Okay, so there's hesitancy. Two, I applaud all of the folks, but I want to applaud you this way. You came and you spoke, and you're still here, by the way. But you've also stirred some other debate within the community. So I have people who are asking me, well, what does this mean? I don't get it. And so back to that education portion and so on a little bit. I'm going to have to, without any time, I'm going to have to look at the referrals and see. I appreciate, Councillor Stevens, you bringing this forward.
You have some time left, Councillor Dowell.
Well, I keep going.
Oh, yeah? Okay. So, I would like to say a few words, so I'll ask Councillor Findura to take the chair, if you don't mind. And use the clock to make sure I stay on time. You got it right there.
We all will.
Go ahead, Ocean.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the delegations for their stories. Very heartfelt, and I think Councillor Young put it very well. It's different when you read it compared to when you actually hear it. And as an immigrant to this country myself, I have not faced the hardships of those who have spoken tonight, but I have some experience in that, and I've worked in immigration before with the province, and I understand, and a level of understanding what you're going through. But I'm heartened to hear and pleased to hear that there are many things that we can agree with, that the delegation spoke of. That, in fact, there are no inhibitions to receiving city services. The city manager spoke to that. We do not have any, we don't speak to the issue on immigration when you access any kind of service whatsoever. And I'm proud of that. And this is an issue of education, which I'll get to in a moment, but that's good to know. The police service never asks people for their immigration status when they go door to door. I spoke to Troy Hagan. I spoke to the current chief of police. They do not ask that question. It's not the responsibility. And that's an important element to remember here. So I think the issue, at least in part, in reading some comments in the media, on social media, is that the reaction to this, I guess, excess with fear or sanctuary cities, that notion, comes from a concern of what President Trump is doing in the United States. That people can come into Canada, and all of a sudden they'll be questioned and thrown out of Canada. And very quickly, those who came through Manitoba have all received hearings. They have not been sent back to the U.S. In fact, those who were most in danger, lost their fingers, are now staying in Canada. We have the best immigration system in Canada, and it's not perfect, but it's very good. No one was turned back to the U.S., even from the United States. So it's important to see that. So I looked at the motion, and I thought, as the wording goes, there's some concerns I have, because it really talks about preventing something that doesn't take place. Prevent us, make sure that you don't ask questions about someone's immigration status, that you train people to us not to do it. We don't do it now anyway. We don't do it. That's important. We work with the Open Door Society about the kinds of people that we're seeing. When the Syrians came here, we worked, as a city of Regina, to help them go to the Open Door Society, help them be integrated there and find work and find a place to live. We were there with them all the time. There was never a question of, well, if you say something wrong, you're going to be in trouble. So I looked at the motions here, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. I do share the concern about the label. The moniker to me, it states that we have limiting issues about how we administer our services and programs. And for me, I don't accept that. Certainly, when I look at the cost expense of the review, a feedback mechanism, public education, I can live with some of that. But a designated liaison to work with the community, we already are not asking those questions about immigrants. We can certainly talk about educating people. And that's what the city manager spoke of quite well. But I want to raise the issue of ask members to look at recommendation number 6 or point 6. With respect to the police services, we cannot politicize the police service. We cannot ask them to do anything. Now, the Board of Commissioners, police commissioners, can do that. So, in fact, this recommendation, and I want to confirm this with the clerk and the solicitor, is actually out of order. We cannot do this. The last thing that you want in this country are politicians telling the police service what to do. That's the last thing you want. You keep us out of that. Let them do their own work. So to the clerk and then to the solicitor, if I could ask that question about this being out of order. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. My review of the Police Act, as well as the bylaw respecting the Board of Police Commissioners, does make it clear that only the Board of Police Commissioners can direct policy or anything with respect to the operations of the police. And the bylaw further states, on a somewhat related matter, that the city manager cannot do anything to encroach upon what the chief of police would do. So therefore, based on my understanding of the Police Act, and I will ask Mr. Wary for his comments, based on that, I would rule that that particular section 6 of the motion would be out of order.
Mr. Wary?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, the clerk has summarized the governance principles in the Police Act. Council's authority with respect to police relates solely to passing the budget on an annual basis. And so the clerk is correct that Council doesn't have any legislative or political authority to direct the police service in how it would conduct its operations.
So if this motion passes, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'd ask that one be removed as being out of order. But more importantly, and very quickly, lastly here, we talk about that we don't share immigration information outside of the department, city departments. We don't do it now anyway. So to say not to do it is we don't do it. We direct immigration citizen immigration only collected when asked for by federal law. We don't do that. So why were we asking us not to do that? So the wording is awkward. I look forward to a referral motion in terms of moving this forward to a discussion on immigration that's more aptly put to the province and federal government in terms of immigration. But I do think perhaps Councillor Young may be involved this one in terms of an education component more directly tied to ensuring that that those newcomers to Canada, no matter what their status, would understand that they have free, unfettered access to city services. So as is written, I can't support the motion for the reasons I've stated. The intent, the purpose behind it, I'm completely with you, absolutely 100% with you, but the wording takes us down a path I'm not prepared to go to at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
So we've all spoken, but there are two notices of motion. And I'm going to move to Councillor Bryce and then to Councillor Young. Yours is a referral. Okay. Okay. We do one at a time. Councillor Bryce. I think we consider it individual, but they certainly would be in order.
I've had a wording change on the bottom of my motion. If I could have a seconder.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. And I don't have a microphone. Oh, there we
do
go.
now.
Okay, so I've added on the bottom, just so that we actually have some substance, that actually this is going forward via a letter from the mayor on behalf of City Council, and that a report be provided to Executive Committee in Q3 of 2018 with any of the responses that we receive, so we can move forward appropriately.
Okay.
So that's the changes to it.
Okay, this is a referral motion.
Yes, it is.
So it is not debatable.
Yep.
The wording is before you, and we can answer technical questions, but not debate the substance of it. Okay, firstly, Councillor Young.
This is probably a technical question, but we mentioned video, and this has been videotaped by Access, or has it? Because they turn the cameras off at a certain time. No? Good. I think the letter should be accompanied by a videotape.
Councillor Bryce, would you okay with that change?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay, including the video? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Donnell, I believe you had a question as well.
I just have asked for a comment on process. Well, I know what you're doing and council does. I don't know that the audience understands that this motion supersedes the one that's on the floor. If you would explain that, please.
This would be, if this referral passes, this will be the direction that council makes. It will not be the motion from Councillor Stevens. Not the exact wording, the spirit would be there, but the actual wording would not pass. Councillor Bryce, are you okay with that? Okay, so you can close debate. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm getting my dots here mixed up. Only on process, not the substance of it. Councillor Murray?
I'm supportive of this, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, no, we can't debate the issue.
Okay.
No, there's no debating this. This is a referral motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Technical.
Right. So, Councillor Young, can we hear what your referral motion, because it may be part of this, or it may be answered by that. So, Councillor Young.
Well, mine's about taking action, so that we're actually doing something right now. And so I would ask that the administration pursue ways to educate the public, especially newcomers to the city, about access to services without fear, and that we use everything at our disposal. I've named a few: media, program descriptions, connections with community groups, and I would think it would be the groups that were here this evening as well, because they could help us with this. And any other creative ideas and actions that staff may see as a way to help alleviate fear. We have a very talented staff that could probably come up with a lot of things they're doing now and other things they could do. So it's getting the message out.
I think it's in order, and it would be not superseded by Councillor Bryce. So well, we could do both together if you'd like.
Well, it actually started out as an undertaking and it grew. So
Let's just see what the city manager says about that. City manager, is the undertaking sufficient for you on that?
Yeah, through your worship, I was going to say, if you're asking us to take that away and look at ways to incorporate that into our current practices and look for some opportunities to get creative, we can do that as an undertaking. If you're looking for a report back, then I think it should be more formal direction. But we will undertake to do that, and obviously you'll see the results of the work through the communications in the public.
Could I give an example to further clarify what I mean by this or
sure.
not?
Go ahead.
I can.
Yes.
Okay. Earlier this evening, we heard from two people from the university who work with students who come from other countries, and they talked about housing for students and how some of it is deplorable. And there's a motion on the books that was unanimously passed by council to work with the university, the provincial rentalsmen, the landlord association, and the fire department to come up with a plan to actually examine. It's too late for me to have words. To actually look at housing that would be provided to university students, and they've already done that. The university worked with the fire department, and they looked at 70 places for students, and only about 20 of them were safe. So this is something that we could do that's actionable and that would actually make a difference for student housing. That's an example of what we could do that's already there to just pick.
Thank you, Councillor Young, on that. So that'd be an undertaking. We have the motion of referral from Councillor Bryce. There's no debating, and we understand it, what's happening, so I'll ask for those who support it. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion's carried. So we'll move on to our notice of the last. What's that? Yeah, we go on to the last one because it's no, we're going back to the yes. So we have two other reports. Report from Executive Committee, request for proposal, professional consulting services for Regina.ca, redesign. Councillor Fundura.
Do we need a moment or just go?
We can wait till the gallery clears.
Okay. Your Worship.
Councillor Fundura.
Your Worship, I rise to bring CR 17-81, request for proposal, professional consulting services for Regina.ca redesign project. The City of Regina requires the services of a consulting firm that specializes in website redesign. The Regina.ca website provides the citizens of Regina with a quick and easy access to services and information, and it has not been updated with the new technology for a number of years. Executive Committee agreed with the recommendation of the administration that is what is before Council tonight. So I move that the recommendation containing report CR 17-81 be concurred in.
Thank you. I need a seconder, please. Councillor Massanelli. Debate and discussion on the report. Councillor Young.
This has been a long time coming. I totally support it.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Stephens.
I'm just, if you could provide some comparison, my understanding is this is compared to other corporate websites. In the costing of this, what are some comparable sizes of organizations, and how does this compare to that website design?
Mr. Enright? Oh, Mr. Cullen?
Through you, Your Worship, I'll refer the question to our Director of Communications, Alan. Sorry.
Through you, Your Worship, members of Council, by comparison, the City of Saskatoon completed a 2-year rebuild of its corporate website in 2014 at a cost of $1.35 million. City of Edmonton spent several million in 2008. They've asked us to maintain that number in confidence, but they actually tweaked it last year for around $1 million. This is absolutely within the realm of most corporate website redesigns. I've been involved in a number of them ranging from $1 to $3 million. So this is within that range, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Findura?
Thank you, Worship. Just a question from residents and citizens saying, why do we
Before
need...
you speak, because you introduced the motion, anybody else have any questions? You'll be closing debate. Any other one who wants to speak to the issue? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Worship. The question to administration, when this report came out and residents got wind of this, asking questions, is that can we do this in-house? I know we have enough knowledge and strength and how to build these things, and why do we have to go out to the consultant? So my question is, I've explained it that we need a little more qualified people to set this up. It's quite elaborate system, whatever. Like, I mean, I'm the one that doesn't know how to get to these things, so I need something that's like this. So what would the answer be? Why are we going to consultant and not doing something in-house?
Mr. Cullen?
Through Your Worship, I'll try to answer that, and then I'll refer to Mr. Clay for any further information. Councillor Findura, your answer is accurate. This is a very complex build. The website that we have is very deep, has many, many layers. That's not the type of technical capacity that we keep in-house. It's something that we have to go out and get special talent for. Let's see if Mr. Clay has anything he can offer.
Through you, Your Worship, and members of Council, the cost also represents not only the consulting fees, but it also includes all the licenses, the softwares, and the subscription as well. So because we're asking for an RFP that exceeds the $500,000 threshold, but this project in itself includes a lot more than just consulting fees, certainly the licenses, subscriptions, and everything else as well. And we do not have the in-house expertise to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. So you've already spoken on it once, Councillor Young. You cannot. Sorry about that. I'd like to... I have a question of the administration, though. Is this going to take 2 years or more? Mr. Cullen?
Through Your Worship, I'll stop bending over. Sorry for habit. That's the potential schedule. And again, I would go to the complexity of the design. You have to go through a number of different phases. We have to be able to create a test environment. We have to be able to capture all of the information that we currently have on Regina.ca, transfer it over or redevelop it. We have to test it and then make sure we have the necessary secure environment, and then we have to go to production. So this is a long process, and I would again reinforce the message. It's because of the scope and complexity of the website itself.
Two other questions. One is related to the scope creep, if I can use that term, that things get bigger and bigger and bigger. So when we go out to our RFP, are we going to be really clear on what we want? And to that end, we'll be, I assume, talking to residents who would use this. Is this user-friendly? Does it make sense to you? First question. Second one is, can we frame this so we don't end up being $1.5 million or $2 million more? So we're very clear what we want, because some of these RFPs, when a consultant has them, can find ways to expand and build this to a much bigger project than what it already is. Mr. Cullen?
Through your worship, we're very sensitive to the cost on this, particularly in the fiscal times of the city at the moment. We've had some experience and some success with previous projects. I'll use the City Connect as an example. That's taught us some very good lessons on how to manage scope. We will ensure that we're doing adequate consultation to ensure that the service is actually serving its purpose with the public. This will be managed by a project charter and a project team that's already pulled together that has very good experience in this area.
And the component of the public consultation, can you explain how that will work and how deep will that go? Mr. Cullen?
Through your worship, maybe I'll refer to Mr. Clay for some insight on that.
Through your worship and members of council, user consultation is a priority in any public website redesign. So we will be having a lot of engagement activities throughout the design and certainly through the testing as well. But we're very aware of the fact that the best way to build and get a robust website is to engage with people along the way in the testing phases. So that's a huge component of it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to follow up on your question. Is there any reason you can't get a fixed price, on time, on budget contract? Is this any different than building a stadium or a wastewater treatment plant?
Mr. Cullen?
Through your worship, I don't know how to answer that one in terms of this isn't a capital asset where you can really write something down in terms of a blueprint. But I can tell you that we will work very hard to control cost. We did that through City Connect, and we did manage that project, so I have faith that we'll be able to do it for this.
I wonder if I could, through you, Your Worship, direct the same question to the city solicitor. Is there any reason you can't have a fixed price contract in this kind of situation if you can negotiate one?
Mr. Weary?
The city, in the context of procurement, can always put a cap on the maximum price that we would use, but there certainly are issues with doing that in terms of the competitive nature of establishing the best price for the services that are being requested. So yes, it could be done, but not being recommended in this case.
Your Worship, because I'm a lawyer, I know how delicate the question I just asked is. But I do think it's worthwhile for the administration to explore very seriously putting a cap on this. I think the cost creep for this kind of consulting contract is a very serious concern, and I wouldn't want to be on this council and have you come back and say, oh, we need an extra X number of dollars. So I'd ask you to explore that seriously, look for a mechanism to control the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other speakers to the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The last report tonight is the park naming. Councillor Fedora. Oh, sorry, this is Councillor O'Donnell. I'm sorry. It's under. Yeah.
Good. Thanks very much. It's not flashing. It's on. I'm not talking to Councillor Stevens. Yeah.
It's how you use your time. I can't tell you how to use your time, Councillor O'Donnell. Yeah. It's up to you. You want to ask the question on this one too?
All right. So this is park naming, and if I get a second, I'll speak to this, please.
Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks very much. So you'll have what you have before you is two things I want to identify. You have a series of parks that will be opening in the next while, all with names attached. I point out first, Tony Cote Park. The reason that it is a first name and last name is that Cote First Nation is a common name and or refers to a common name. And so we want it to be specific as to be this person. In other cases where it is named after a person, it is left just to the last name. It's common to be only last name, but Tony Cote was an exception. You'll note also then in the second, number 7, the second kind of part of this is that there's a moratorium on flora and fauna names. And personally, I'm really grateful that we're doing that. But what it is, it really leads, I'm not supposed to say that. That's what the deputy clerk is saying to me now. what it leads to is that there's going to be an undertaking for this next few months, where with the development community and our naming folks are going to take a look at names, because you know very well there's a long list. Many haven't been chosen. Developers have a particular view about what it is they'd like to look and see, and so we're going to attack that in the next while. So what you see before you was agreed to, understood, and I seek concurrence, please.
Discussion on the report. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm part of Planning Commission, and so I'm going to support this, but I have a problem with number 7, which is the use of flora and fauna names being on hold. And so I will ask the question that I asked at Planning Commission. We don't agree on this. What's the length of time expected to have this on hold? And I'll give you a reason why, because this creates a problem for some developers that are in the planning stages for their neighborhoods. And so I want to know, how much time are they going to have to wait?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll work on this quickly, Councillor, and perhaps it might take 3 to 6 months. But as Councillor O'Donnell identified, Council's made it very clear of its collective frustration with names being on these lists forever and ever. And now we have the cultural plan, as well as we have an opportunity through Truth and Reconciliation to look at these names. We'll work with the development community. I think in particular we worked on Greens on Gardner and essentially grandfathered the 2 that are on there because they were 80 or 90% done in that development area. But we have given the signal that this is something that Council felt strongly on, so we've tried to find an administrative way to say, time out, we won't make this unduly long. I mean, we will get correspondence out to the developers as early as next week now that if this passes, and say, let's set something up ASAP. We're not here to elongate it, but we want to make sure that we're addressing collective interests of Council on these names.
Okay, and when you're doing that, are you also thinking about other things you can do with the names that have been on there a long time that aren't chosen for a whole bunch of reasons, that maybe we shouldn't be just adding name after name to that list? Like we just approved, 12 firefighters because they had won the same award last time. We could go on forever, but are you also looking at other ways that you could use the names or honor the names without having streets named after them?
Mr. Clerk?
Through Your Worship, yes, that is something we're looking at. For example, when there are duplicate names, particularly with firefighters, there's a separate thing where you can go to and say, they all got this medal of bravery or whatever, and then there's a list. So they're not getting a specific road or a park named after them. But so the fact is we have far more names than we have roads and parks. So that's part of the impetus here, is to try and narrow this down and to also kind of respectfully put a bit of a deferral on some of them that are coming, because there's no point adding 30 every year if we only use 10, and it just grows and grows. So we have all have a responsibility to see if we can write this.
Just as long as there's no intention to take away flora and fauna.
No, not indiscriminately, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Hawkins. I did. There goes now. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. My comments are in the same direction as Councillor Young's comments. Normally, when you're going to make a change, you hold the status quo until the change comes. I also want to mention 2 other things with respect to this, and I'm not sure Council's had this discussion very thoroughly. The first is, I'm troubled by the fact that the process appears to me to be that we approve a bunch of names and then the developers get to pick which names they like. And what I see are subdivisions with the names of the developer's grandfather, the developer's mother, the CEO of the COO of the development company, and so on. So I think there's a real problem there, and I think we should need to look at that problem in the context of names. And then the second thing is I think we do need to be a little more creative in the names we choose. So I'm going to ask the clerk one question. do you have an idea, is there going to be a report come, and do you know when it'll be? And will it come to council?
Mr. Clerk.
Yes, through your worship, I can commit, Councillor, that it will come to council. My office has responsibility for the Civic Naming Committee, but ultimately the responsibility lies here with council. So we're right now just taking the administrative and the impetus to try and right-size what's going on here, because we've had these problems with these huge lists of names that are just being stagnant. And then we get valid criticism that people are being named, and that's the end of it. And so we'll work with you and the committee. We won't. This isn't set in stone until you've said it's set in stone.
And do you have any idea when you're likely to report back to council on this?
I don't see this, through your worship, I don't see this as an unduly long process. We'll work with the community, and if through the Community Services Department, because they have a lot of the parks and that, between them and the development community, there should be no reason that we can't have something before the end of the year. And that's in the long shot of it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll support this with some reluctance, but I'd like to see the report address some of the issues that Councillor Young's raised, and possibly some of the issues that I've raised with respect to how it is we get subdivisions named after development companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I'll just make it really quick. Just if you can take it back to the naming committee, when we're using things like green rock, green apple, green road, green in a whole area of greens on Gardner, it is so confusing for people. So I'm sure that I'm not the first one to share that, but I think we, again, need to be more creative with the names, and I think it's important that it does come back to council, because I've heard the same concern that it is developer-driven. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other... Councillor Flego.
So let me ask you this, and I wasn't on council when this happened, so how did Hawkstone get all Rough Rider names? And there's a list of 1,000 names.
That's a skill testing question. I'm sure the clerk has
I'm
that.
sure Ms. Folk might have an
Mr.
answer for
Clerk,
us.
can you answer that?
Ms. Folk might be able to.
Ms. Folk, do you have any information on that?
Into community services days. For that one.
2011. Mr. Holt.
We're going to dig back far. All my history in the organization, 20 years or so, there's always been a civic naming committee with representatives from a number of areas within the organization. There was a process to put names forward. Developers would use the names that have been on the approved list, that have been approved through the Civic Naming Committee. Quite often, developers will identify a theme for a certain area that they're looking at developing, whether it be a neighborhood and subdivision. Often that's tied to their marketing strategy, but typically that process happens after the names are on the list. So I don't know if that helps at all, but provides a little bit of historic wisdom from previous years of experience having sat on the committee back in the 1990s.
Mm-hmm. Is that a fair statement on that? I think, I mean, sometimes I forget what we said, the longest name on the committee, on the naming list. How long has one of the names been on there and has never, obviously, if it's on the list, it hasn't found a street yet or anything.
Mr. Clerk?
But we've got to have some long...
Through you, Your Worship, I don't have that information offhand, Councillor Flagel. I can certainly provide that to you, members of council. Dana in our office, who is the historical archives coordinator, she would know it off the back of her hand because she speaks to this all the time. Again, that's one of the reasons why we're looking to address this issue, because we've had some that are out there for so long that any value that accrued to the family when it was put on the list has largely extinguished.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll go with that. I just comment on Councillor Bresciani's green. It worked so well in Wascanabeau that they figured I'd do it in greens too, so appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the report? I would just add my voice that I'd rather see this be in concurrence with the use of the same list as opposed to a hiatus. but I'll go with the report. I just think we've asked this information from other people, and we should honor that list as well, and not the exclusion of anything else. But if it's that short a period of time, by the end of the year, they will have that information. That's fine. But I do think we should honor the list that's already there and not set that aside and do just Indigenous. We should be doing both together because that's the nature of our city. We're many different layers and levels of activity and people that we want to, and flora and fauna that we want to talk about as well. So that's my view. Other comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Members will note there is a motion on ending homelessness that we'll be looking at next month. And motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Bryce, second by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody, and have a great evening.